just worried about my ankle. I didn't
Oh, this one's not bad. Yeah, do a Lindsay roll.
Yeah, hang on the top.
There's a sub step.
Yeah, he goes back.
He said to me, well, you don't really know your shit.
Yeah, he did too.
In 20, Sam Alberston, Victoria. In 21, Torben Roberts, South Australia. And 22, John Maguire from the ACT.
Looks like the young New South Wales athlete there, Luca Gillard, leading the way, with Adam Williams close on his heels, so an under 17, under 18 right up the front of the pack already.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that obviously the combined race is under 17, under 18s, and they've both decided to keep it slow and tight. Luca Gillard just taking the pace at the moment. The wind's pretty much non-existent out there at the moment. It's actually perfect 3,000 metre conditions, you'd say.
Yeah, Heffernan there, the Queenslander, gone 4 wide. Happy just to make sure he stays at the front of the pack as Adam Williams just rolls through onto the rail, the tall figure from New South Wales.
It looked like Oliver Rule might be in the centre there as well, the North Queensland athlete.
Who was terrific. Who was terrific in the 3,000 metres yesterday. Look, we've slowly just picked up the tempo here down the back straight. Not too much, but I think some of these athletes that have doubled this weekend maybe just been a little bit conservative early. We just talked about Wolfgang Kochranamisi there. He's already got a silver in the 800 and a bronze in the 1500. Looking for the full set this weekend.
He's more than capable of doing it. The meet record 8:23.20 for, funnily enough, both of the events here, so I'm not sure how that works, but Michael Thompson, he did both at the same time, so I'm guessing he did it as a 16-year-old and they counted it as a 17-year-old, I'm not sure, but 8:23.20. There are some athletes capable of that. Adam Williams has an 8:29 to his name coming into this race. Joseph Saunders an 8:32 in the older age group. A couple of those athletes, 8:40, Seth Marnie, so might be able to string them out a little bit, but Heffernan pulling the pace around here, and then it's Adam Williams tucked in behind him, then it goes to Kochranamisi and Seth Marnie, then Luca Gillard, so they're all single file about now.
Which just shows that injection of speed into the race. Seth Marnie was great in that 1500. He's the fourth run at the moment on the track. They've done a lot of laps this weekend, though, some of them here in Adelaide. They've certainly tested out that lane 1. The new track, though, has held up magnificently. We can't complain about a new track being late and not being fast. We've seen incredible times in both distance and we saw the walks yesterday, even enjoyed it with a national record to finish the day. I think the crowd had unfortunately dissipated by the time we left, but it was a great way to finish day 2.
Well, it was about 35 degrees still at 6:30 last night. It was unbelievable conditions. The heat just never went away. Windy. The wind seemed to drop it towards the end there, but I'm looking at the track now. Did it rain this morning? I didn't notice any rain. It must have rained really early because it looks wet.
It does. I don't know whether they just hosed it down to keep it, to cool down with the rest of the temperature today.
That's fair enough. It was pretty hot yesterday.
They may be just cooling it down before we see the likes of Gout back on the track today to heat it back up.
He will be heating it up, I think. But Heffernan still leading the way. Then back to Williams, Kochranamisi, Seth Marnie, Gillard, and there's Max Russell as well. No major changes at the moment. We'll see their 2 kilometre split, will it? Not yet, no. So they have 1,600 metres left. About 1,500 to go now.
Halfway right now. They've got
There
through
it is.
424 through 1,500.
Okay.
So good even tempo after that very slow first lap. So they have picked it up gradually there. They're winding it up. Heffernan's the one that has decided if he wants to be amongst the medals, he's got to keep the pace on. Obviously not one for the sit and kick. And for the first time, we've started to lose a few off the back. We've lost 6 off that lead group now. So there's still a large group, 16 at the front. A few starting to just slowly fracture off the back. As Heffernan just tries to wind it up now with nearing 1,200 to go in this under 17, 18, 3,000 combined.
Yeah, 425, pretty comfortable pace for a lot of these guys. If they're coming in with an 840, I think they'll want to try and get a little bit quicker than that. As you see Seth Marnie, a few others now, sort of the accordion is shrinking. So 2 Queenslanders out in front, Heffernan, Marnie, and then Williams, Cotranamesi.
Saunders moving nicely, the other Queenslander now. He's one with a well-regarded seed time here as well, at 8:32. Another one of the under-18 athletes. And that pack just slowly dwindling away.
So we'll get their 2K split. Not too far away. And they definitely have dropped a fair few off the back of the pack, and you can see just off this chase pack, it's probably a group of about 10 that are looking to wind up the pace. So 5:51.81. We'll see what they can drop in this last kilometre here at the South Australian Athletic Stadium.
Still sort of sitting in that mid-840 range, but I think with a big last kilometre, they're probably going to finish somewhere in that sort of high 830s. Possibly even a little bit faster, that mid-830s, with the way some of these guys can kick and finish. We saw what Cotranamesi did in the 800. He was racing against the 400-metre man in Todd, so it's not surprising he just got done at the finish there. But when you come around in the 3,000, his speed's going to be really dangerous in this finish.
And he's sitting in a good spot there, just on the outside shoulder of Adam Williams, who does come in with the fastest seed time in that under-18 age group. But the leader at the moment, he's leading the under-17. But right behind him, as they really bunch up, you can see some moves coming around the outside, and Heffernan might be getting swamped here as Seth Marnie goes to lead. Cotranamesi responds to that one as well. So Marnie now leading the under-17 and Cotranamesi leading that under-18 as they head down the back straight.
Yeah, for the first time there, Deacon Gore might be getting dropped off the pack. He's the tall South Australian athlete next to Sam Albiston of Victoria. So if those two don't manage to keep that sort of imaginary rubber tyre connector there, we're going to have a pack of only 7 left. So they have done a good job, though. They've just maintained it. So the pack of 10 has now dropped. That group behind. So we've got 10, 6, and then we've got a few fractured all the way back over the next 150 metres in the field.
Yes, they're going to come into the home straight for the second last time here. Seth Marnie leads it. He leads the under-17 age group as well. Cotranamesi riding behind him. Joseph Saunders in the hunt as well. And it's back to the 2 New South Wales athletes. Looks like Adam Williams still in the picture, and he makes a move around Saunders. I'll try and grab the hip number of that athlete.
That's
just
Max
behind
Russell,
them.
who we saw win the steeplechase last night.
And Harrison Carr as well in the younger age group. Luca Gillard, they get the bell at about 7:37. We'll see what they can drop on the final lap here.
So yeah, Russell, the steeplechase one. He could be the surprise packet in this. He was racing, what are we? It was only about 15 hours ago. He was out here winning the steeplechase yesterday, and he did it with a great back end. But Seth Marnie, the under-17 athlete, the youngster of the group, gone to the front. Cotranamesi, he's leading the under-18 category. He's second on the track. And there's that move we talked about. It might happen from Adam Williams. So Williams, can he hang on? Can he match the likes of here, Cotranamesi? That's the battle for the under-18 gold. Seth Marnie, I think, looks okay out in front in his age group. So Seth Marnie, he's the leader on the track at the moment. So the 17's gold medalist. Behind them, it's a race for the under-18 title. That's probably the one we're most interested in a head-to-head race, and it's going to be Williams. So Williams, the New South Welshman, he'll win the race and he'll take the under-18 gold medal. Seth Marnie will take the gold medal in under-17s. Cotranamesi next will be silver. 16 there, Max Russell will be bronze in the under-18s. And I think then through there, Harrison Carr might have grabbed silver.
Yep, just in front of Luca Gillard.
Luca Gillard.
Right in the last few strides.
Adam Williams timed it to perfection. It was a bit like yesterday, even though the wind's not up today. He just left it for that last 120 and did all the work down the home straight.
Yeah, looked like he tried to make a move with about 200 to go and just got a little checked by Cotranamesi, just caught a few heels and had to reassess. It's always tough, when someone's trying to pass in front of you, then you've got to go even wider and wider, and you don't want to end up in lane 2 to 3 when you're trying to come around a bend.
And look, Cotrin Messi did everything he could to try to grab that first gold medal of the weekend. But look, he's going to go home with some serious bling. He goes silver, bronze.
Yeah, what's he run at? 800, 1500, 3,000 metres. That's a big program.
Yeah, no, look, Adam Williams, though, he came in as the fastest. He grabs the gold. He was silver, as we said, in that 1500. And he does turn it into gold. So those athletes had a busy weekend in the distance group. Plenty of them, as we talked about yesterday, we in Bathurst with the World Cross Country Championships, either there as spectators, possibly running with their schools, or some of them even having a crack at the junior race.
Oh,
Oh, mate, he's pushing hard the whole race. You can see him, and you see the pain of the early stages. Chops through him where he's trying to speak. Oh,
yeah, you saw that angry face.
Oh, no. Oh,
Mate,
mate,
he said something.
I was going like that.
Probably a fool unaware.
Oh, I've seen so many races where they go...
Because he's had kids do that before. He sort of, when he was at Nationals, he'd actually went, whoa, and elbowed him, and his face, he just went like this. And it put him right off. So now he's just, but you know, he comes here and races. He's angry for 2 days before. So we've worked out that these anger issues he's having is related to the anxiety and building himself up to the race.
Well, they would only hold a few on a run.
No, he said today, like yesterday, he said, I'm going into this and I'm going to be an ask at anyone who pushes me. I'm not going to be nice.
I was really worried what to do. Let's put the race and that, and then you just see him going, he's sitting front runner, and then just he's going, hey, they got power. He's not that's actually he's on the same. He started later, he's on the same.
Yeah, but he said he was going to cut me.
He had nobody before him. No, they yeah. So he was going to have to do it from one other person from South Australia.
Torben, we've met Torben. I don't know. Torben. It was Torben. Torben's an age group above. Tim Torben is generally faster than Deacon, and he's generally faster. Because last year Torben was beating
Yeah, I know. Well, I just had, like I said, I had it in my mind. I had it in my mind that 8 minutes like, and I was thinking,
I couldn't even
that's what I'm saying.
I could see
It's possible here, medals.
So they're on the line now for our combined under 17, under 18 women's 3,000 metres. 10 in the first age group, the under 17s, and then hip numbers 11 to 18 for the older age group. And see a couple of repeat medalists out here. Again, just like in the men's race. The winner of the steeplechase, Ginger Cox, and the winner of the 1,500 metres, Gabrielle Schmidt. They'll go head-to-head in the under 17s. And in the under-18s, the silver medalist from the steeplechase, Ella Rodwell, will go against the silver medalist in the 1,500 metres, Lily Winwood. Once they get underway, we'll roll through the start list.
Interesting one here, Matt, at the Australian Junior Championships. Ginger Cox actually won the Section 2 race in the 3,000 metres. But Gabby Schmidt was on the dais for the 3,000. She ran 10 minutes flat. So here they get to go back against each other. So that's the old two-split race on seed times. I think Ginger Cox has improved significantly since the start of the year.
Yeah, it's a tough one when you take out a steeplechase, but then you get chucked in the B race
at the Australian Juniors.
Don't often see a race called back in the 3,000 metres.
It's been, as I said, the flavour of the weekend, though.
They have called a fair few back. So we'll go through the start list here. The under-17 women's. Hip number 1, Michaela Ireland from Tasmania. Into Matilda Lestrange from Victoria. 3, Ginger Cox, North Queensland. 4, Sasha Harden, South Australia. In 5, Gabrielle Schmidt from Queensland. Sarah Ulrichs, number 6 from South Australia. In 7, Isabel Hoggett from Tasmania. 8, Amelia May, New South Wales. 9, Kobe Walker, Queensland. And 10, Paige Gross from North Queensland, and that is your under-17 age group.
And now under-18 field with a meet record here. Another one of Melissa Rollison's amazing records, 9:17.76 from 2000. Is Charlie Rose Carleon from Western Australia, Tiana Seta of South Australia, Ella Rodwell of Queensland, Allegra McGiven, New South Wales, Sophie Connolly of Tasmania, Molly Sewell, Queensland, Amelia Stevens, South Australia, and Lily Winwood, New South Wales. So again, hit numbers 11 to 18 in your under-18 women's race.
So that's Ella Rodwell straight to the front. Gabrielle Schmidt in the younger age group just out there as well. And then it looks like Lily Winwood and Amelia May in that front group. And one of the South Australians just coming around the outside as well. I'll try and grab them as they get back around the home straight. But again, probably the best the conditions have been for these distance races. Nice and cool outside.
No real wind to speak of at all.
No.
The sock there in the infield, not giving any assistance in any direction. Certainly better conditions for spectators probably today as well out there.
It's been a wild few days. The first day we got here on Thursday, it was freezing. Then Friday started cold, got hot. Yesterday was just hot all day, and now it's cold again.
Feels very Melbourne-like. I feel like I'm at home. So we've already started to split this group slightly now from the front. You've got Gabby Schmidt there, as we talked about, one of the favourites here, the gold medalist from the 1,500. She's on the inside rail, and her outside there is Ella Rodwell. The Queenslanders again piloting the field. It's been a real resurgence of Queensland distance running the last few years at these Australian Juniors and All Schools Championships. Very prominent both in the girls and the boys distance races. We saw Seth Marnie just take out gold in the previous race in the 17s age group.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well at the moment. We've just got to get them going through to the Opens now.
What do you think that pathway is? I mean, Victoria's obviously traditionally had that strength through the strength of their cross-country program.
Yep.
A lot of the Queensland athletes who I suppose have gone and maybe found greener pastures past their junior years, though, maybe, and gone on to represent sometimes other states anyway. It
is very difficult to train for distance in Queensland. It's hard. You know, those early mornings in summer, sun comes up at 4:30 and it's already hot. 30 degrees.
It's
so
hot.
When do you run?
Correct. That's why sprinters leave Melbourne to come to
that's
Queensland.
it. Yeah.
It does make a lot of sense. Maybe that's the centralised model we should be looking for.
We'll swap them.
Somewhere in the middle of the hurdlers can go.
They can go to New South Wales.
So that lead group, it's still the two Queenslanders we talked about, Rodwell and Schmidt, now moving up nicely alongside her Lily Winwood, the New South Wales athletes who's in the 18s age group. And the inside rail, Amelia May from New South Wales, and our North Queenslander Ginger Cox in that lead pack. As we've started to drop off, we've just dropped off 10 athletes off the back now. So for the first time, a real splintering in the group as the little bit of a surge there down the back straights, trying to see if we can drop a few more off. This lead pack want to make sure it doesn't end up another sit and kick.
Yeah, so we've got 4 athletes from the younger age group out there at the moment. So Schmidt in the front group, Amelia May, Ginger Cox and Kobe Walker. And then in the older age group, Ella Rodwell's out there as well. Lily Winwood, Tiana Cheddar, Sophie Connolly's in that picture as well with Charlie Rose Carleon. So they're all a big group. It's 9 out the front. The Tasmanian just off the back of that group. But 4 and 5 from each of the age groups in this front pack.
The pace seems it just keeps changing at the moment. It's been piloted. These Queensland girls have wanted to run it how they haven't let anyone go past them, but they haven't wanted to push the tempo too far. Every time someone goes to their outside shoulder, they just pick it up a little bit more. And here you're seeing possibly then that pickup of injection of speed again that might just splinter open that group. Matching that quickly there. Carleon from WA making sure she doesn't drop off the front four. For the first time, we might be losing Cheddar there, the South Australian, just off the back of that group. They're going to be coming through 1500 when they get around the back straight. So it'll give us a good gauge of what sort of time we're looking for. So right there now, that's going to be a 450, 451, 452. So around that 940 mark. So well in the range we know of Gabby Schmidt. She's run that time comfortably before. Carly on the West Australian also has been around that mark. But a lot of them, there are a lot of 10-minute runners in here. So the pace, no wonder, we've splintered in the fields now spread over 150 metres. Yeah,
that front group really is now breaking up. So the two athletes on the rail, Schmidt and Cox, they're the under-17s. The athletes right on their outside, Rodwell and Carleon, are our under-18s. We might have lost another one of our youngsters. It looks like maybe one of the Queenslanders, maybe Kobe Walker, just falling off the back of the group as well. The Tasmanians got back on though, Sophie Connolly. Yeah, that was a good little move when she saw that. So Carleon was the same thing. The two of them just made sure they didn't get dropped off. So the work, as you said, it's Amelia May having to do some work there now. She's the one that's back into 7th. Yeah, and that's the battle for the bronze medal, those two athletes, Kobe Walker and Amelia May, at the moment, with Cox and Schmidt out in front. So that's your bronze medal battle, those two side by side out the back for that under-17 age group.
So that leaves us with four at the front, chasing that 3 medals in the under-18 age group. So another one of these races with 2 races in one.
Really got to keep your eyes peeled on these ones. I'm glad the hip numbers do make it a little bit easier for us.
Need the old primary school days, coloured armbands, or the coloured bib.
Yep, little wristband or something like that. But there's their 2 kilometre split. Well, it looks like it was about 6:30ish.
So still that 940, mid 940 pace. So with a bit of a sit and kick down affair, we'll see what the girls can get down to. Be 2 laps to go when they come down the straight this time. That group of 6 though, that lead group of 6 now, just bunching up a little bit. They're all trying to make a little bit of position. You did mention too this, at the moment the 2 juniors with Leon's on the inside rail. Cox will want to make sure that she gets a clean line at some stage, otherwise she's going to give Schmidt a clear run towards that finish eventually when it comes. Now it's Carleon who's actually got to do some work to do, the West Australian. For the first time she's dropped just 2 metres back on that group. Sophie Connolly, though, the Tasmanian, she's looking terrific. She, you mentioned it earlier, she dropped back to about 9th or 10th in that group and looked like she was going to have to do some real work, but she's got back into it.
Yeah, she's finding herself in the bronze medal position at the moment, but Lily Winwood looks in a comfortable spot there, getting onto the shoulder and now past Rodwell, who did a lot of early work, and Sophie Connolly getting onto the shoulder as well. So Carleon's the one that's found herself in 4th place at the moment. Ginger Cox just stuck on the outside of Rodwell and making a move, and now it's Schmidt, May, and here's Connolly going to the lead as well. There's going to be about 600 metres left to go. So Amelia May from New South Wales in the lead, Connolly, and then it goes back to Schmidt. Then it's Ginger Cox, Ella Rodwell and Carleon, and then the New South Wales athlete Amelia May in the under-17s has got past Kobe Walker into that 3rd place and pulling away from them, but they're really opening up now.
So 500 metres to go. You called that really well there, Matt. It was a distinctive move there, and I like the way that May worked her way up as well in that position. But right now, though, Connolly, a Tasmanian, she's going to lay it down here. Really winding up now with Winwood on the outside of her. So Winwood, she's been in that lead pack right through. That looked like they might have just dropped Cox for the first time, and also the other Queenslander in Rodwell in a little bit of trouble. They've got the bell, Matt. Yeah, so Rodwell's found herself in 4th place. So the gold medal battle at the moment's at the front with Connolly and Winwood. And then we go back to Schmidt, who's just holding on to that gold medal. Carleon now making a big move back. Ginger Cox responding as well. 300 metres left to go. And it's Winwood now finding herself back into the lead. Schmidt eases up the inside.
Connolly left the door open, and these two striding out. Carlin, though, making a fantastic run from the back. She was well off the pace earlier, and now she's really biding her time. So 200 metres left to go. Schmidt takes the lead in the whole race and the under-17 event. Then it's back to Winwood leading the under-18s. Sophie Connolly, then Charlie Rose Carlin, back to Ginger Cox. That's a big run here for home. They're about to pick up a couple of athletes. The clock's just ticking over 9:25 here. Schmidt's in the lead, but the battle is for the under-18 age group at the moment. Charlie Rose Carlin pulls out wide past Connolly. She's on the shoulder of Lily Winwood. She eases her way into the lead. So the West Australian leading the under-18s, Schmidt leading the under-17s. It's going to be gold. But Gabrielle Schmidt, she finds something extra. She takes line on us. Charlie Rose Carlin, then Connolly, Winwood, Cox, and then a good finish from Amelia May. And there are our medalists in both age groups.
So Matt, you called it really well right through there. So Schmidt's taken gold in the 17s. Carlion's taken the gold for WA in the 18s. Then came through as Sophie Connolly's got the silver in the 18s. Winwood was bronze in the 18s. Then Ginger Cox, who ends up with the silver, who looked like she was going with a lap to go and picked up nicely there. So she's got a good medal collection this weekend. And then finally Amelia May did pick up that bronze in the 1500 under 17 age group. As it starts pouring rain here in Adelaide.
Yeah, it is.
The crowd has
jumping.
dispersed.
Well, talk about change of weather. I actually thought this is going to be perfect for these 400 metres. Now I'm not so sure.
It's absolutely started pouring down here. The reason you could tell, it's the old corrugated roof here above us. Just started, sounded like someone was running across it. I thought Tom Thorpe was ready for his next announcement here about the World Cross Countries, and he was taking the shortcut in.
Oh, it is absolutely dumping down out there. Well, actually, to be honest, I couldn't think of anything better than after 3,000 metres. It's going to be hot out there.
I think the girls who have just finished they'll be fine with it. Maybe the ones that are racing for the rest of the afternoon won't be as excited.
No. Wow, that came in pretty strong.
But look, it's going to be... It's going to be an interesting day ahead of us. We talked about the weather yesterday. We talked about the heat and how athletes would handle it. Today it's going to be completing your warm-up in the rain and staying as dry as you can. What's that radar look like?
It looks pretty chill at the moment. Doesn't look like there's much there. It's getting a small little pocket. So it should be past us pretty soon. I wouldn't suggest there's much after it either. But, wow, it's really pumping down in a lot of those field events. Luckily, there are a lot of shelters around the outside, especially down the back straight as well. So those athletes who weren't spending much time in those team tents, they've all made a rush for them. But it'll be a little break before we get back out there for our 400-metre finals. And we've got a massive slate. It's basically all finals today. There's not many heats going. It's just all finals.
Action aplenty.
So as they're setting up the blocks for this under-17 women's 400 metres, we do have Tom Thorpe back in the booth here to let us know a bit more information about the World Cross Country. Now, you don't just get to go straight to World Cross Country. You've obviously got to, have a trials, don't you?
Absolutely. So we have on the 15th of January, up in the beautiful Stromlo Forest Park in Canberra, we have the cross-country trials. So we're really excited, and having just watched that race, I'll tell you what, there's going to be a few of those ones. Those young athletes are going to be in that under-20 race, I'm sure, absolutely fighting it out. So the trial will be as we said, on the 15th of Jan in Canberra. Now, there's obviously quite a few athletes that are really going to be wanting to go, so we'd absolutely recommend getting up there. If you don't make it up there, or if you don't make the team at the trial, you do have the ability at World Cross Country at Bathurst to jump in the golden ticket races. Top 7 in the under 20, men and women, under 20, and then the open men and women get a spot in the race. So it's going to be fantastic.
I love that golden ticket actually extends down to the under 20s chance as well. I know there's going to be a lot of athletes who will want to take that opportunity, and probably it's a bit easier to back up after the under 20 race back-to-back days than I think for the Opens in 10K.
Agreed.
But, you get to have 2 cracks at the track then as well.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. Really, especially in those under 20 age groups, it's a really tough transition coming out into the Open. So to be able to get the opportunity to race at the World Championship is very cool. And so, again, we'd be recommending anyone who doesn't make it to come up, have a run. But anyone out there is a park run, anyone who loves running, long run on a Sunday today, got out there, love to see quite a few people out in Adelaide. We'd recommend come up, get involved, watch the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Use the code ALLSCHOOLS, that's all schools, all capitals. It's being extended out through till Monday lunchtime. And we'll see you up there. But I'll leave you till then, Chi.
Thanks, mate. So we do have on the track the under 17 women's 400. The rain hopefully going soon, but still going right now. So Amelia Rowe in lane 2 from Western Australia. Zara Richters from Queensland in 3. Adelaide from Victoria 4. Giselle Carter in 5 from Queensland. Bella Pasquale in 6 from Victoria. In 7, it's Ella Penman from New South Wales. In 8, Ruby Worrell from New South Wales. And in 9, Emily Cox from South Australia. This is the women's under 17 400 metre final.
I think it's going to be a really close run, this one, Matt. You saw the heats on Friday live. But from historically here, I like the way that Penman and Pasquale both race.
Yeah, Pasquale already has the win over Giselle Carter, both in the same heat. And they pushed the pace, so they've both come in with seed times from those heats, 56.09 and 56.4, so they had to work hard, but they've had that day break between. And a lot of these athletes, we didn't really see them in the 200. But Penman will look to match that gold she got in the 800 metres yesterday. So watch for be strong in the later stages of this 400 metres. So from the inside, it's Rowe, Richters, Lady, Carty, Pasquale, Penman, Worrell and Cox. And on the outside, that's Ruby Worrell flying down the back straight. Pasquale also running well. Penman a bit slow out of the blocks, but she will strong right towards the end. So Giselle Carter as well, trying to chase down Pasquale on her outside. And Ida Lady. And a fast start there from Ruby while the rest are starting to come at her. So Giselle Carter might be just in the lead with Pasquale on her outside. It's a good lane draw for Giselle Carter. But Pasquale was the winner in the heat when these two went head to head. And now Penman really getting into a stride. Watch for her to close fast late. They come in with 100 metres left to go. Pasquale will have a slight lead over Carter now on the inside. Ida Lady. So it's Pasquale with the lead, looking really strong. Penman making a big move from behind as well as Worrell. Carter trying to hold on to that silver medal, but Ruby Worrell moving fast. And Pasquale's going to take the win here. 54.98. That is quick. Ruby Worrell gets up for second place, and it's close between Carter and Lady. I'm not sure who got the bronze there.
Oh, was it Pasquale? They set it up down the back. It was fantastic. Penman flew home like we said she would. I got the Cornella I predicted there, but Pasquale with the speed, Penman with the strength. Mum Anna Deary here, just in front of me, the double arm fist salute. Now, here's a good story for you. Both mum and daughter have won the backmarkers women's 400 at Stall.
Oh, there you go.
You're talking about some quality runners. She's been going to Stall since she was born. young Anna Pasquale and Bella Pasquale, mum Anna. But that was a terrific run. She's 54. She's red hot form.
In the rain. Literally.
In the rain. The track's still obviously clearly fast.
Yeah, I think it's like this is perfect 400 metre conditions. There's not a breath of wind. After yesterday we were seeing minus 4.5s and plus 4.5. So this is the time to do it.
No, look, impressive running. Look at just what the future holds in some of these young junior sprinters. We've talked about the boys a lot this weekend. But here, the one-lap girls, 54 in that age group. We're very, very happy with that.
We acknowledge the medalists in the Australian All-Schools Under-18 Girls 2,000 metres Championship. Bronze, Lily Winwood, New South Wales, 9:46.25. Silver, Sophie Colley, Tasmania, 9:45.92. Gold, Charlie Rose Carlian, Western Australia, 9:44.49.
So an exciting way to start our 400 finals today with the women's under-17 race then. Now we move on to the under-18. I just said how impressive the under-17 record there was, 53.82 from Rosemary Hayward. Well, now we move on to a meet record of 51.80.
Oh, God.
Jana Pittman, 1999. Gee, she had an amazing all-schools that year. But here we've got Gemma Pollard in lane 1 from New South Wales. Emily Holler, the silver medalist in the 400 metre hurdles from Victoria in 2. Meg Miles of South Australia in 3. Kate Atherton, Tasmania in 4. Annabelle Barnett of Queensland in 5. Layla Watson, the silver medalist in the 200. She was very strong there, 57.25. She comes with a seed time for Victoria in 6. Alicia Bennett, though, the class here from the ACT, 57.96 seed time, but a 400 metre hurdles gold medals this weekend already. Sky Bowen of Western Australia, who was 3rd in that 200 metres. And then Mia Conroy of Western Australia out in lane 9.
Keep an eye also on Gemma Pollard. So she won the Oceania Championships as an under-18, and because it was they didn't progress through heats, so it was a random lane draw. That's why she's got lane 1.
I just looked at that too as well. So you've got some speed outside, but I reckon Pollard's going to be looking at hunting them down. And because this is a straight final, all 9 lanes being used, and Pollard's got the inside run. But as we talked about, lane 1 pretty fresh here though, not like the normal lane 1s around the country.
It's the freshest lane 1 in the country.
So from the inside, it is Pollard from New South Wales, Holler, Miles, Atherton, Barnett, Watson, Bennett, Bowen from Western Australia, and Conroy out wide. So the 2 West Australians setting a fast pace there, but Pollard has taken the stagger off the 3 lanes next to her. So you're looking out wide to Bennett from the ACT, who's got the 2 West Australians with her, and then Pollard on the inside lane. So through 200 metres, Bennett's it is, just gone up to the West Australians. That looks to be Sky Bowen with Bennett. So those 2 are going head-to-head while Pollard's working her way through the field magnificently with 150 to go. So Pollard of New South Wales, and in the inside, Matt's told her she was the under-18 Oceania champ. But she's got some work to do to catch here Alicia Bennett's. So Alicia Bennett's, now Sky Bowen heading with them as well. It's a real race down the home straight here. It's going to be that outside lane. And it is the ACT's, Alicia Bennett's. Just takes it there. It was from Pollard, and then it was actually Watson. Didn't call her correctly through there. Apologies for that. So Watson then through for 3rd. But Alicia Bennett's 54.59. Takes it from the ACT. Pollard in 2nd.
That's another PB for Bennett's. She ran 54.75 at the Albie Thomas mile. to take it out, and she's gone 54-59.
An apology for calling that wrong right through there. We didn't have Conroy in lane 9. That was the difference there. So there was we were missing an athlete out wide, so I'd actually confused Bennett's there at one stage, the two outside lanes. But it was Alicia Bennett's just probably later in the line. She probably had that help of Layla Watson there, the 200-metre specialist there from Victoria. The two of them probably just made it a bit harder to catch. And if Pollard had a lane draw next to them, it would have been easy for her.
She was out of the picture coming around the bend because, Watson and Bennett's were so far wide. She would have felt like she was in no man's land with no one around, but she was really strong down that last 100 metres and, just ran out of real estate. But the strength of Bennett's to go back-to-back PBs over the last few weeks and, back up after the 400-metre hurdles yesterday, some pretty handy running there.
It's the medalist in the Australian All-Schools Under-17 Girls Shot Put Championship. Bronze, Charlize Goody, Queensland, 14.24. Silver, Taylor Larson, South Australia, 15.10. Gold, Zylabine Deal, New South Wales, 16 metres, 09.
So, looks like we might be missing a Thomas Dolan on the inside. No lane 2 for this under-17 men's 400-metre final, but we'll go from the inside. So lane 3 will be Saxon Blair of Queensland. In 4, it's Jordan Gilbert of Victoria. 5, G-Man Pay of South Australia. 6, Luke Simpson of South Australia. In 7, Joshua Sullivan, Victoria. In 8, Ivan Balic from New South Wales. And in 9, Lachlan Herbert from New South Wales. Now, this is going to be a big battle here from the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. So if we throw back to that race back in early April, it was Lachlan Herbert who took the win, 1/100th ahead of G-Man Pay. And Josh Sullivan only about a quarter of a second behind them as well. Jordan Gilbert was 4th. Balic was 6th. So it's almost a repeat of the whole final. So I'm sure G-Man Pay will be looking for vengeance. He was the fastest through the heats, 49.10.
And we saw Gilbert and Pay what they could do yesterday as well in the 200. G-Man obviously second in that one. It was a South Australia 1-2 yesterday in that 200.
So from the inside, it's Blair, Gilbert, Pay, Simpson, Sullivan, Balic and Herbert. The New South Wales athletes on the outside going out really hard. Balic was a flyer in the heats and he's trying to repeat it again, but Herbert looking strong. He's got to run scared all the way on the outside. And then 2 South Australians, G-Man Pay and Luke Simpson, also running brilliantly. Gilbert trying to close that gap on G-Man Pay, but the national champion all the way out in lane 9 is doing a Wade Van Niekerk. And he's absolutely flying out there. He's going to have to put it all on the line with all these athletes on his inside. So he's going to lead this field into the home straight. Lachlan Herbert, the national champion. G-Man Pay, he's going to try and rinse the repeat from nationals. But Sullivan's coming and making a move. So is Ivan Balic as well. Here comes Luke Simpson, the South Australian. Can Herbert hold on? He's going to find something a little bit extra, and he does. And he goes sub 49. It looks like it might be for the first time as well. Luke Simpson, a bit of a boil over there, but South Australia goes 2nd and 3rd, and we've found a fair few South Australians dominating the podium here.
In this age group particularly, they've had a great weekend, but sub 49 from lane 9. Can we say that's the fastest South Australian lane 9 here we've run?
Oh, you'd have to think so. You'd have to think so. It's tough. He must have taken a really cruisy, like, looking at our performances here, I don't know how he's been stitched up with lane 9. It was the
must
only
have been where he's placed in that heat. We'll have to go back and have a remember what happened on Friday, but he's run 49.5 in his heat, and he's drawn lane 9.
Yeah, 3rd fastest through the heats as well.
But he obviously wasn't. Was he 3rd in his heat? Must have been 3rd in his heat in that fast heat on Friday.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so that's what's happened. So it shows the reason why athletes do work hard through their heats to get good lane draws, but it didn't matter for Herbert. He's done the double this year. He's done the junior championships now in the all schools. And that was actually a very, very impressive way he did it. You called it on the bend. It was Van Niekerk style.
Yep.
Came down the finish, and I thought Simpson was going to get him.
Yeah, at 50 to go, Simpson looked like he just got his nose in front, but Herbert just found something a little bit extra.
Yeah, the South Australians. I'm looking forward to in the new year. They'll be under 18s. I'm looking forward to their 4x1, 4x4 combinations at the Australian Junior Championships because they've got a really strong age group.
Yeah, so they've got Andrew Mayander, a younger age, and Griffiths we saw as well.
Yesterday, yes.
And they've actually, I'm pretty sure when they were all 14 and 15, they won the National Junior Championships. They were pretty up and about, so I think we'll see a repeat of that as an under-20 athlete. Now, well, actually, sorry, when they're both under-18s and under-17s, that under-18 4x1 at juniors will be pretty handy because they've basically kept the same team together, and now they're all running faster and dominating their own age groups.
And there's a reason why they're all running faster, because they get to race each other week in, week out. That's what happens when you get good age groups come through together. It's not unusual to see some of these all-schools championships a dominant state in events because, once one athlete lifts, those lift around them.
Yeah. And I think that's really, being a factor here in South Australia. They've got a brand new facility here. They've got another track at Salisbury.
Yep.
Yeah, so gives them a chance to actually, there was so long that SA had one track. It's a big spot.
Yeah. When the junior championships here back in the 90s, it used to be out the back of Don Bradman's. It was in Don Bradman's backyard.
That's right. I think he got it shut down.
He did. He didn't like the light. Didn't like the light shining in his backyard for a non-cricket event. So, but no, back up on the parade it was. But down here now. We've been the home here for a long time, and with a new track, it might be a real resurgence in South Australian athletics. We've said how well their distance group are going. Now the sprinters hopefully can follow suit.
Well, what we're hearing about the South Australian Institute of Sport as well, what they're investing in their new facility, I think it's leading towards something pretty big. There was rumours that they were getting way back in the day the 2026 Commonwealth Games, but they've lost to regional Victoria, so I'm sure they're going to be like, well, maybe we should invest into something and maybe we can get the 30. Or
I'm sure as Victorians we can share a few events with Adelaide and call it regional.
Yeah,
Victoria.
Adelaide's regional Victoria, isn't it?
We are spreading those events far and wide in the Com Games in 2026.
Well, the Gold Coast Com Games did have events in Cairns, so that's fair enough. That's about the same distance, probably further.
It probably is further. We maybe coastal rowing. I saw that was one of the events that's been looked at and pegged for some upcoming championships. Maybe we can move that across.
A very specific type of rowing.
Coastal rowing.
Okay.
Anyway, so we move on to the under-18s next. The under-18 boys next. I'm excited. I think this one's going to be something very fast. We saw 48.7. The track's not slowing down at all. If the under-17s can go into that high 48s, I think here we're going to be in the high 47 range. It's not a record though. We're going to see. I said it yesterday, and it was nearly taken Sasha Zoy's, but I don't think Steve Solomon's 46.44 is going to go. And that was run at the Doncaster track in Melbourne.
Yeah, that was his sort of big welcome onto the stage. He'd just come fresh off. He was running 47.0s at the World Under-20s. He was a relay runner at the World Under-20s, and this was his first race kind of back on the big stage, and first time sub too. First time sub 47, he's gone 46.44.
And it's a reminder to athletes that you don't need to be the best junior.
No.
It's set yourself some goals, but work your way through teams. But here we've got the Victorian Luke Minsk in lane 2, Jaden Moss, Western Australia in 3, Benjamin Iverson, New South Wales in 4, Jesse Doherty, South Australia in 5, Jet Grundy from North Queensland, very excited to see what he does here in 6, Samuel Elvey, Victoria in 7, who was 3rd in that 200 yesterday, Declan Morrison, West Australia in 8, and Hayden Todd, who won the 800, the ACT athlete on the outside. So early on here, it looks like we don't have Todd, the West Australian, unfortunately. So Sam Elvey, the 200-metre bronze medalist, is using his speed down the back straight, but Jet Grundy going up to him very quickly. So Grundy, the North Queenslander, in that green singlet, goes up to Elvey with 180 to go. It's a racing two at the moment. Behind them, fighting for the bronze, it looks to be Doherty and Iverson. But out in front, it's now Jet Grundy, went 47.3. Now today, how quick can he go? Elvey's got to his shoulder though and trying to challenge him. So Elvey, the Victorian, now 3 metres down on Jet Grundy. So Jet Grundy from North Queensland, he's going to take this under-18 title out. He looks strong. The race still on for 3rd. Doherty's going to get it. The South Australian will get bronze. 47.22. He dips under that 47.3. Elvey's going to be in a new range in that high 47s. And the bronze medalist there, Doherty. But Jet Grundy, you called it, Matt, earlier on. He put the pressure on Elvey down the back straight and just held on down the home straight.
Yeah, it was a good lane draw for Grundy after, losing to Sam, a couple of spots back in that 200 metres. He got to watch him and, Elvey's going to go out fast. He's got that speed, but it really helped Grundy pull him around through that first one. And having the inside lane, he could just whip around him on the inside and he pulled away. But 47.22 out here is the under 18. And Elvey's going to go at least 47.5. Yeah, maybe a little bit behind than that.
Yeah, Grundy moved away from him. Ironically, once Elvey came to him that 80 to go, and I thought it was a chance, but then Grundy just found, well, we always say they find another gear. The reality is it's just they hold form better, don't they? We keep talking about luck these athletes lift in the last 50, but no, they're just holding their form, and he held stronger and held better. It's a shame we didn't see Todd there. It would have been nice to see the 800 metre.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see. He would have had to run scared all the way out in lane 9, but hopefully he's okay after running that 800 metres and winning it yesterday.
But look, Elvey's had a great weekend. I talked up his 400-metre hurdling yesterday, looking forward to seeing him back in the 4 hurdles, but I've been told he's quite happy sprinting now that he's running fast, so he might be just sticking to the flat despite the efforts of Peter Benefer in Melbourne. Jet Grundy, we talked a little bit about him yesterday. So you mentioned he's 47.3. Didn't even know he'd run that time until he got back.
No, so I wasn't there on the Sunday, so I saw the results. I sent his mum an email. Congratulations, 47.33. How bloody good. He hadn't gone sub yet. and that was his first sub 48, and his mum was like, oh, thanks. So that's what he actually ran. So they didn't even see the time.
So they just left the event?
Yep.
No idea. Well, he certainly knows what he ran today, because the 47.2 came in the clock. He had a good look at it, and he was pretty wrapped with himself. So
I thought he was going to drop a 46 for a little bit there.
It was fast.
Yeah.
Do you think we could see a North Queensland team go around the mix this afternoon or not? Have we got enough?
So they have the winner of the 4 hurdles.
Yep.
And they have the winner of the 400. Not sure what they have in the women's race. Maybe Ginger Cox could run a 4. She's already run a fair bit of
3,000 in a steeplechase.
Yeah, so she's got a bit under her legs at the moment.
It'd be great to see North Queensland with a relay team there. It'd be phenomenal because they've got the class to be really competitive.
I would stack it early. I would put Grundy and Jorgensen go out hard early, just get in the lead for a little bit and then see what happens after that.
Well, I know you've got some allegiance up there in Queensland. Maybe you can jump across there and make sure those team managers are all over it.
I think they will be. I'll do a bit of research now, see what they're doing.
Well, that's our 400 finals done here. What's the next one? No, I like we've got the under 15s next, so they're not far away.
We might have Is there a race walk on?
We've moved to our 3,000 race walk, so we have a short break in our 4s.
There it is.
Terrific.
We recognise the medalists in the Australian All-Schools Under 17 Boys 400 metre Championship. Bronze, Samantha Hayes, South Australia, 48.96. Silver, Luke Simpson, South Australia, 48.73. Gold, Ryan Herbert, New South Wales, 48.68. Green colours, the medalists in the Australian All-Schools under-18 boys 400 metres. Bronze, Desai Doherty, South Australia, 48.99. Silver, Samuel Elvey, Victoria, 47.95. Gold, Jet 20, North Queensland, 47.19.
It's a bit like rocky, you kind of need two hands to like keep it down.
On the track, the next of our events is the 3,000 metres walk for under 14 women and men. With the athletes out there underway, the women on the inside and the men on the outside for the first 100 metres is the split start before they come together.
So we've split up our 400 finals this morning with the race walks here, event 208 and 209, which are the women's and men's under 14 combined. Alexis Teely from South Australia in hip number 1. So hip numbers 1 to 14 will be the female competitors, and that's Gillian Ryan of the ACT in 2, Matilda Retch, South Australia 3, Eva Parker, Tasmania 4, Mietta Morgan, Victoria 5, Emma Grocott, ACT 6, Matilda Webb, New South Wales 7, and that's her that has gone straight to the front of this group. Kate Wilson, Victoria 8, Macy Devine, Tasmania 9, Destiny Pickvance Yee, Queensland 10, Chelsea Island, Western Australia 11, Jessica Loring, New South Wales 12, McKenna Clark, Queensland 13, and Ruby Lee Morrison, North Queensland 14.
Yeah, the boys' race also out there. So in 15, that's Finn Kane from Victoria. In 16, Alexander Brandel from New South Wales. 17, Max Davidson, Victoria. In 18, Nicholas Christian from the ACT. 19, Samuel Wilkes from South Australia. In 20, Corbin Bricknell Hewitt from Queensland. And in 21, Jackson Horton from New South Wales.
And Finn Kane's the one that's attracted our attention here when we looked at the start list, Matt. So he's done the under 15 3,000.
Got a bronze.
The under 14 1500.
That was on the same day as that 3,000 metres.
And now he's back for the 3K walk.
That's an interesting treble. We're talking about people who's going to do the most laps here at the championships.
It might be the winner. I
think it might be.
Well, yeah. I mean, a couple of our steeplechasers would have been close, but he's got not many. No one else has done 2 3Ks.
No, he's 5th in that 1,500 as well.
So no one else has done 2 3Ks for the weekend.
No, there was one of the athletes who did the 5K walk.
Oh, the 5K
and was doing
walk.
the 3, but she didn't finish the 3K.
Right, well, this field in 500 metres is now stretched over 180.
It is well stretched. And that rain is completely finished. That rain is gone. The track looks almost exactly like it did before, just a little damp.
Now, we talked a little bit earlier about an under 15 and 16 combined race or an under 17 18 and being sort of a bit competitive, making sure that you take the victory as the older age group. What about here? The gender clash.
Boys versus the girls.
We've got Matilda Webb and Jessica Loring at the moment showing a clean set of heels to the boys there in Nicholas Christian from the ACT, and then that Max Davidson from New South Wales, from Victoria, and also Samuel Wilkes, the South Australian.
I haven't spotted Finn Kane yet.
I think that was a misprint on our start sheets.
Yeah, he did come in with no seed time, and we thought it was a bit of an interesting one.
I would have thought our start sheet, though, still would have come straight from call room, but that's okay. We've just told a really good story. Something that's not happening.
Hey, look, it's on the start list. We can only go with what we see.
But out in front, Matilda Webb, maybe inspired by the walking prowess of our Australian record yesterday afternoon. I'm just saying before that certainly our national walks program has held up our track and field program for a long time at major championships.
Yeah, Webb's come in with a 14.52, and she's the only athlete in both the boys and the girls event with a sub 15-minute seed time. So
unsurprising that she's out in front.
Yeah, she's very handy. Jessica Loring as well, right in there with the 15.12, which is actually also faster than the rest of the boys and girls out there as well. So no wonder they're right out there.
Tom Thorpe again doing some great work in the cart.
Yep, this is probably the last time he's going to be on the cart. I think all the age groups have had their race walks. Once this is done, collecting the red cards, if there are any.
Fingers crossed we don't see any today. We saw some pretty exciting race walking yesterday afternoon, though.
Yeah, finished the day with a national record. So that's, from as far as I can see, 3 at least on the track. 2 to Gout and 1 to Beecroft.
Some great meet records as well. Possibly some more to go today.
Well, the meet records for this one, it's a familiar name, Jemima Montag, 14.25. And Tyler Jones, who's also thrown on the green and gold a few times in the walks in the men's side.
So the interesting one at the moment, we've got our clear 2 female leaders and the 3 boys are out in front. So the race for bronze at the moment, that pack's now a fair way down on them. It's about 100 metres behind. And at the moment, that is Destiny Pickvance-Yee of Queensland. So she's bronze at the moment on the track.
Yeah, it looks like McKenna Clark in 4th place, then followed by Gillian Ryan. So pretty tight for the bronze at the moment. There's about 15 metres between 3rd, 4th and 5th. But the boys' top 3 are a long way ahead of their next competitor.
And they're in a really good battle out there. In fact, the 2 leaders, that's Nicholas Christian of the ACT and Samuel Wilkes of South Australia. They're going stride for stride down the back straight.
Making some inroads on Jessica Loring. They're just getting past the North Queenslander and just on the shoulder of the New South Wales athlete who's sitting second in the under 14 girls. One of them may have just been shown a little card as well, so hopefully things are going okay, but the boys trying to close that gap to the girls at the front.
Do you think maybe maybe one of them's got an earpiece and they heard us talk about the gender competitiveness, and they're like, no, you're right, we've got to try take this battle up to Matilda Webb. So this will be interesting to see here whether your boys and girls will choose to walk to get together, walk and work together for a fast time. Because Nicholas Christian's gone, I am going to head to the front.
Yeah, he has taken the race lead here. Another card there looks like possibly for
the South Australian.
Yeah, Samuel Wilkes. So hopefully he wasn't the one who was shown the card over about 100 metres earlier. Obviously trying to keep up pace with the ACT athlete Nicholas Christian.
So yeah, our 2 leaders in both the girls and the boys are only separated by about sort of 6 or 7 metres here at the moment. Christian, the tallest figure, leading them at the moment. And the 2 girls going now with the South Australian there in Wilkes. So that being Webb and also Loring.
So Max Davidson, the Victorian, he's sitting in 3rd place overall at the moment. Fair way off the pace though. But the ACT athlete stretching that lead as much as he can. South Australian Samuel Wilkes hasn't been able to shake off both Matilda Webb and Jessica Loring, and he's sort of stuck in between at the moment.
And Emma Grocott from ACT's now moved into the bronze medal position from Gillian Ryan, the other ACT athlete. There were Queenslanders in 3rd and 4th before, but the 2 ACT girls have now moved their way up quite late. So there's actually a lot of changes back on the track happening behind these leaders. And that bronze medal one's going to be an interesting one to watch. But out in front, you've still got a race in 4 at the front. Christian just put a little bit of a separation on them. The lap runners is going to make it, lap walkers is going to make it a little bit confusing here on these final laps.
Yeah, it's quite a big field with 21 athletes. Well, 21 athletes on our start list. At least one less.
And we've got the seed times vary significantly. So it's one of those age groups, and some of them quite new to this.
Oh, a lot of 12-year-olds actually lining up as well. So Samuel Wilkes, one of the younger athletes, is only 12, so he can come back up again in this event. And he's in a pretty tight battle with those two girls there, Matilda Webb and Jessica Loring. But Nicholas Christian, with 1,200 metres left to go, comfortably in front. He came with a 16:22 seed time, and he's above and beyond that at the moment.
Yeah, well and truly faster walking than that right now. The girls have... It's another yellow to the South Australian, so it's going to be very interesting to watch. As you mentioned before, we thought Wilkes might have got one about 500 metres ago. He's definitely been given a yellow card there. So Tom Philp will drive around and collect those cards. Hopefully we don't have a collection too great. We don't lose one of our leaders.
Now, don't forget, there is a separate field stream going on here for the Australian All Schools Championships. So you can head to the Athletics Australia website. If you go to the event page, no, it doesn't have it today, but you'll be able to check out all the field events that are getting shown. So if you go to the actual field stream on YouTube, it'll have a list of the events that are getting streamed throughout the day. So they'll focus on one event each sort of event block. It looks like we have our long jump going on down here in front of the grandstands. Oh, so it might be our triple jump, the younger triple jump. Got some high jump going on. There's some shot put getting warmed up. Pole vault's getting wrapped up there. So there's a bit going on here.
So based on what they went through 2K, and they're on track for somewhere in the mid-14s. So we'll see what happens in this last kilometre, but that's pretty solid race walking. The South Australian, though, Nicholas Christian, has decided to try to move away from the Matilda Webb here, and also Jessica Loring. He's trying to put the challenge up to Christian over these last 800 metres. I'm trying to go back to our third place getter. I think it is still Davidson. Max Davidson, the Victorian, coming down the straight now, and it's still the ACT's Emma Garocott in the bronze medal position at the moment. So our leader, Christian, right now has 700 metres to go, and Davidson now goes past and gets 2 laps to go, so he's about 120 metres down. Likewise, our two leaders, Matilda Webb, has about 650 to go now, whilst Grocott, the bronze medalist, is going to head past with 2 laps to go, or the bronze medal position at the moment. So, despite the other lapped walkers out there, the top 3 walking nicely.
Let's hope they can keep a clean sheet on the cards once everything's come in.
Matilda Webb, then, she had dropped out to about 30 or 40 metres behind on Christian, so, and she's just closed a little bit. She's just walked her way away from Samuel Wilkes there, and Webb looking like she's going to maybe put up a challenge over these last 550 metres to our boys' leader.
Yeah, Christian looks like he might be slowing just a little bit. His cadence is a little bit less than Webb. So Webb's trying to hunt him down. Wilkes, though, not letting Webb get too far ahead, the South Australian. But he's going to come into the home straight for the second last time here, Nicholas Christian.
When you see Webb surge, you really see he puts the head down, he looks down, the arms go with a harder arm drive. It's an obvious change of gear, and it's almost every time Webb makes a move on him.
So Wilkes, look at those arms from the South Australian. Wilkes, he's putting it all on the line here.
So he's closed that. They have closed that gap on Christian. So they get the bell. Christian.
Yeah, then Wilkes. He goes back to Webb and Loring.
Loring's been very consistent of those walkers. And then Davidson now hits the home straight with 500 metres remaining.
And Wilkes is trying to close this gap. Can he do it here? The South Australian, he's made some inroads. Those arms are absolutely pumping down the back straight for the South Australian. And can he close the gap on Nicholas Christian? I don't know if Christian knows what's going on behind him, but they are closing that gap every single stride. Let's hope they can keep the technique together.
I imagine our race stadium announcers probably given some heads up to it. So sometimes you rely upon them giving you a bit of an understanding.
Oh.
But that gap from 30 metres is now down to about 7 or 8 metres.
To make things tougher for Christian, he just got shown a warning.
But he just lifted then.
He definitely did.
And when I say lifted, inappropriate to use in walking, he just increased his tempo.
Yeah, he lifted his tempo. There we go, not his feet.
So it's a good move. 120 to go. I don't think he'll get caught from there. South Australian Wilkes is going to do everything he can to try to get within reach.
He's coming at him again, though.
So Christian, he's gone back into lane 1 to finish. I would have moved out wide here, but he's kept the lane 1. Wilkes is going with 50 to go.
Oh, this is unreal.
So Wilkes, thrown everything at him, but Christian, he's held his form splendidly. He's going to win it out.
It's a big time,
let's have a look at the time here for Matilda Webb. The clock's unfortunately stopped for us.
This could be a meet record here.
She's going to be right on it. We're going to have to check that out. But she could have just taken down a Jemima Montag record. 14:25 was the record. I'm going to say that she was within 12 seconds there of Christian surely.
Oh, comfortably.
Loring with a great walk there also. So Loring gets through for the silver. Wilkes, though, he just threw everything at Christian, didn't he?
Oh, we don't have national under 14 records, but this is basically as good as it gets. These national records, I reckon just watching the replay there, I reckon she's gone about 23. So I reckon Webb has just taken a Jemima Montag meet record down. That's an all-time record to take, that's for sure.
So here comes Max Davidson now, a bronze medalist in the boys. Now, of course, these are all unofficial results. With our walks, we always need to make sure that there's been an appropriate collection of the cards. Max Davidson, the Victorian, will take the bronze. And I think that's Emma Grocott just now hitting the front straight also.
Yeah, she should be wrapping up her walks.
So Grocott there looking to win the bronze in the under 14 girls.
And that's Jackson Horton as well, just on a shoulder.
So he'll be 4th in the boys' race. A nice finish side by side there.
You're going to try and... Oh.
There we go. Just tick under 16 minutes for those two. But that was a great race in the end.
Wilkes threw absolutely everything he could at him. I don't know how many more gears he could go up, but he kept finding something.
He kept finding a way just to pick up the tempo. As I said, threw the arms at it. The head would go down, but Christian sort of just kept his form together well enough to win. And Matilda Webb probably lost a little bit in the fact that it was in a combined gender race, but a meet record unofficially. That's why it's an 11-year-old meet record, and we've talked about what Jemima's done on the world stage.
Oh yeah,
since. Also doing some great things as an ambassador for the IOC and gender equality in sport. So I was fortunate enough to be part of a pilot program she ran in Melbourne through the girls' school I work at in Melbourne, and yeah, she's leading a wonderful program in raising awareness and educating the next generation of females in sport.
Oh, she's one of the best walkers we've got in the world right now. 4th in Eugene, took the gold in
Com Games.
The first time the 10K on the track.
It was an amazing experience for them, wasn't it? They weren't sure going into it, but I think to have that scented noise for 25 laps, pretty hard not to be excited and have the adrenaline constantly rising there as she waved to the crowd as she won and really enjoyed the moment.
Get that chance on the big stage.
So the Victorians just finishing up there as well. So Mietta Morgan, Kate Wilson come through the line. The West Australian, Chelsea Island, just finishing up now.
So coming through here now, some more finishes in the under 14 women's walk. We could see finishing up there the Tasmanian.
So a few more walkers coming through there, just finishing the Tasmanian. Macy Devine, Alexis Teely from South Australia, Eva Parker, another Tasmanian there finishing. Looks like they'll just around that 18:45. Ruby Lee Morrison still got a lap to go, the North Queenslander. And then our South Australian here, Matilda Wretch, just finishing now, a long way inside her seed time. So again, it's not just about the medalists here all weekend. The personal bests and stories behind those performances very important. And Matilda Wretch there just finishing her walk, along with the big tall Queenslander here, Corbin Bricknell-Hewitt, who likewise has gone over 2 minutes inside the seed time he entered with. So just the one walker left on the track, and we'll be moving to the 400s next after this.
South Australia, Joe Volker, Queensland, Thomas Richmond, North Queensland, Luke Boratic, New South Wales, Kyle Morris, Queensland, Toby Hoddington, Tasmania, and Blake Doyle, Tasmania. That's the under 16 boys triple jump and the under 14 boys long jump. And on the warm-up track we have the girls under 14 hammer throw, Anna Rowe, Victoria, Madeline Pitt, Western Australia, Grace Cooper, Queensland, Mars Farr, Tasmania, Nyla Gobler-Lotte, Queensland, Elizabeth Whelan, New South Wales, Claire Elwood, North Queensland, Matilda Bennett, Victoria, Maya Wong, New South Wales, and Anna Castle, South Australia. That's the women's girls under 14 hammer throw. Girls under 18 shot put, field of 7, Emily Richardson, New South Wales, Marley Rakawasa, South Australia, Sophie Wilkins, Queensland, Emma Polakowski, New South Wales, Elise Keegan, Victoria, Zoe Beach, Queensland, and Chloe Symington, Victoria. That's the girls under 18 shot put. So we have Matilda to South Australia and Corbin Bicknell-Hewitt of Queensland finishing their respective events. And now to come in here is Ruby Lee Morrison of North Queensland, completes the under 14 3,000 metres walk.
They left last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, they were like really good with like Camden and James Brown.
We recognise the medalists in the Australian All-Schools Under 17 Girls High Jump Championship. Bronze, Victoria Calusi, New South Wales, 1 metre 71. Silver, Zoe Peacock, Queensland, 1 metre 78. Gold, Toby Stolberg, Queensland, 1 metre 78. On the track, the under 15 men's 400 metres final. The meet record 49.36 seconds, set in 2005 by Grant Gorman of New South Wales. Lane 3 representing New South Wales, Wal Albino. Lane 4 representing Victoria, Tobias 7. I should say Tobias 7. Lane 5 representing Queensland.
So the men's under 15 400 metres. We're back making the starters do a little bit of walking today. It goes Wal Albino in lane 2 from New South Wales in 4, Tobias Severin from Victoria 5, Seth Kennedy Queensland in 6, Mark Mavrakis from Victoria, Xavier Perry 7 in New South Wales, Aidan Ain in 8 from the ACT, and Kieran Doyle from Western Australia in 9. A lot of these athletes appeared in the 200 metre final on the first day. Wal Albino grabbed silver, Seth Kennedy grabbed 3rd, Xavier Perry 5th, Aidan Ain grabbed 7th. The meet record 49.36. They've just seen some fast 400 metre running from the older age groups. Let's see what they can produce here. One lap of the track. That meet record from 2005, Grant Billingham.
So Seth Kennedy was the Australian junior champion at this event. Wal was bronze on that occasion. So as you mentioned, and you've also got, obviously, Wal and Seth went second, finished up 2nd and 3rd in the 200 metres on Friday. So some speed from those two.
Yeah, and Wal was only 0.02 in front of Kennedy in that 200 metres. And we saw in the heats on Friday, Wal probably was a bit too casual in it. I think he actually came 3rd or 4th in his heat, I want to say.
Might have played out in his favour here, though. He can see the whole field. And we've seen today, doesn't matter which lane you're in these 400s, you can be up amongst the medals.
He was actually 4th in his heat, so he's done well to pull out lane 3. But they're off and running, so Albino, Servan, Kennedy, Mavrakis, Perry, Ain and Doyle. The New South Wales left on the outside, Xavier Perry, he's got an absolute flyer. He's already pulled away from Mavrakis, but Kennedy trying to close that gap. This almost looks like a 200 metre sprint down the back straight. Albino gets up on the shoulder of Servan, but Kennedy has now passed every single athlete except for Perry on his outside. And now he has no one left in front of him. 250 metres into the race, and it's Seth Kennedy out in front. Perry probably sitting in 2nd place, and Albino on the inside. There's going to be Seth Kennedy, the Queenslander, straight in the middle of the track. The big Queenslander pulling away, looking strong as well. Perry making some moves on the back, as well as Servan and Albino. But Kennedy, keep it look on the clock. 49.36 is the meet record, and he's going to go well under it. 48.76.
Perry got 2nd in the end, and Mavrakis, who flew home there?
Servan,
the Victorian, got home for 3rd. 48.76. That would have got him bronze in the under-18s.
They would have got him bronze in the 18s and the 17s, and he's 14 years old.
He's strong. You said it was like a 200 metre sprint down the back straight. He went absolutely crazy down the back. Perry was moving quickly. Albino just couldn't ever really make the connection with them because of how quick Kennedy had gone out. So I thought Albino might have the sit today getting that lane 3 lane draw, but it was irrelevant with the way Kennedy went through the first 300.
The thing I liked about Kennedy coming around the bend, he was in the middle of the lane, and it was you could tell he was in control of every single stride he took coming around the bend. It wasn't wild, it wasn't wobbling from inside to outside. He was perfectly situated right in the middle of the lane and held everything together the whole way.
48, you said watch the clock, 48.76. He's a strong young lad. He's a really strong boy.
At 14 years old.
I mean, Perry's that sort of light-framed, fast-moving athlete. Oh, Seth Kennedy, absolute power. There's some quality juniors coming through we talked about. I'll be intrigued to see what the times were behind him. In the end, Kennedy actually ran away from them, so whether anyone's dipped under 50 seconds behind him.
The worst feeling is now we've got the 15-year-olds straight up onto the track, and they've just seen a 14-year-old run 48.7. They'll be like, "Oh, well, we got to back up after that."
It's what I got 48.04. Jack Bolton went under 16 for the meet record in this next one,
which was the national record at that time as well.
It was. So it just puts some context into what the 48.76 that we've seen from Seth Kennedy. I think from memory, he's certainly never broken 49 before, has he, Kennedy? Have you got the...
No, he definitely has not.
I don't think he's been anywhere near it.
I was wondering if he's even old enough to have a World Athletics profile. 49.88.
49.88.
He did.
At the All Schools. Was it their All Schools, the Queensland All Schools?
Yeah, 12th of November, so not too far away. So less than a month away.
So he's gone so he's possibly in back-to-back runs, gone sub 50 for the first time.
Well, the Queensland All Schools are in 50.51.
Okay.
They just did a regular Shield meet, ran 49.88.
And then he's gone sub. I reckon his last 3 runs he's gone from 50.51 down to 48.76.
Yes.
All right, so there's a lot to match here now in this next one, which is the men's under 16 400. Mentioned the meet record there, 48.04 of Jack Bolton.
On the track, the under 16 men's 400 metres final. The meet record, 48.04 seconds, 7:20.19 by Jack Bolton of Victoria.
So Harjan Jun in lane 2 here for Queensland. Jeff Rosenbild's South Australian in 3. Austin Fernando McHugh from Victoria. He's lost the T-shirt today. He's gone the singlet. So it's like shaving down for a swimmer after the heats at the Olympics. So we talked about yesterday Fernando McHugh in the T-shirt.
That'd be illegal in pro running, wouldn't it?
It would be. Max McInerney from New South Wales. Jordan Hamilton, Western Australia in 6. Caleb Kilpatrick. Now we talked about him. He's the Victorian that ran up the age to run at the Oceania under-18 team. Max Jurich from the ACT. Mfwawa Ajulo from the ACT in 9. So we certainly will be going. Kilpatrick's got great form.
Yeah, Kilpatrick, the 49.02 run-up. Silver medalist in the under-18, so he's got some talent. But he's just seen a 48.7 on the board from the 14-year-olds.
I expect him to go out quickly here. We actually don't have Max Jurich. So no lane 8. So from the outside there, Ajulo from the ACT. Kilpatrick chasing him on that 2-lane stagger. Hamilton of WA moving along nicely also early. McEnany from New South Wales, Fernando McHugh, the tall figure in the middle lanes, the South Australian Rosenbilds, and back to then Jun of Queensland. But Kilpatrick, he's had to work really hard to take the stagger off Ajulo outside, so it's a sign that those outside lanes are working well. Tracking them through also is Hamilton, the other West Australian athlete. So Kilpatrick, 120 to go. He's going to get headed by Hamilton right now in that last 100 metres. So Kilpatrick holds form strongly like Kennedy did in the previous one. But now Hamilton comes to him. Hamilton can't quite make the connection he needs to win. It's going to be the Victorian Kilpatrick take it out. Hamilton will get through for second. 48.32. These boys are flying today. McEnany from New South Wales gets through in 3rd. Fernando McHugh in 4th. I was worried that we were going to see maybe nothing too impressive because Hamilton just got up onto the shoulder of Kilpatrick and I thought, oh, this is a solid run. 48.32 on the clock.
What a response.
He said the under-15s might think they're impressive, but I'm the under-18 Australian silver medalist and watch me what I can do here.
I reckon he's dragged Hamilton through for a sub-49 second run as well.
Oh, it definitely has.
And McInerney really flying home strong, but both of those boys had beautiful technique and kept their form together. And that was pretty close to that meet record as well.
Which, as you said, was an Australian record at the time.
Yeah.
So Kilpatrick's just decided to go 48.32. Hamilton here, fist pumping the crowd. I reckon he's pretty wrapped with that one. You could tell the speed was out wide earlier. Julo, the West Australian, made it really hard for Kilpatrick to make contact. That 2-lane stagger obviously always exaggerates the work Kilpatrick had to do. But we are seeing some one-lap wonders from the under 15 and 16 age group.
It's the conditions. It is so still out there. From what we've had the last couple of days, it's been unbelievable. And look, I think this is the time to get some personal bests on the books in these 400 metres. You know, they're not facing much weather down the back straight. It's probably thinner air than we've had the last couple of days. It's an absolute pearler of a championship time to run these races.
And I think, I mean, they're little things, but I mean, we don't keep obviously track of all the state records, etc. I mean, that obviously wasn't a state record with Kilpatrick being from the same state as Bolton, but a lot of athletes, it's their last ever hit out in these age groups, and sometimes they look at it might even be their club records they're going for, but the last time in that age group.
Yeah, exactly. With this being so late in the year, like we were saying about Seb Sultana, he may have run a windy 20.7, but if he doesn't run that national record in the 200 metres before the 31st of December, he'll never get it again.
And not that sport's all about records, but it's certainly something, though, you know, it's one of those things you put on your goal list when you get to that level.
Well, especially when there is a time on it. There's an end stamp on it. And again, it's not really even the 31st of December, because who has comps that late? I'm not working that late.
No, we pretty much know the season's wrapped up pretty much by the Zatopek next week. There might be a few states that got their final Shield comps on the Saturday.
Yep.
But it's that time of year, to knock off some of those goals you had as a, in some cases, as a junior athlete in the 18s, or in this case here as a 16s. But well, I'm just looking at the boys on the dais there from that under 15 race, and I reckon they would have finished that thinking we've just had the under 16s covered, but no, 40-32.
No, they certainly, those boys showed up. They really returned serve to those younger athletes that were rolling around before. So look at that. That's a dominant victory. Seth Kennedy, 48-78. Xavier Perry, 50-65.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd go under in the end. He just pulled away so strongly in the home straight. And you're right, it was serving the tall Victorian that got past Albino very late. I don't think we called him the whole way through.
No, he wasn't in the picture. It was those three right out in front. And I think Albino just tied up a little bit towards the end. But on the track now, it is the chance for the ladies to go one lap of the track. The women's under 15, 400 metres. So going out of lane 2, it's Lucy Dyson from Queensland. In 3, it's Eloise Smith from the ACT. 4, Rose Ackland from Queensland. Matilda Delphs from New South Wales in 5. Lacey Tilliard, 6 from Tasmania. In 7, Anna Tobin from Victoria. 8, Jasmine Firth, Victoria. And in 9, Millie Gage from New South Wales. I think this features the 800 metre champion from the previous championships, or the previous days, Rose Ackland. So Rose Ackland going out of lane 4, won the 800 on Friday. Anna Tobin was in that race as well. She was 5th across the line. Millie Gage, she was 6th. So seeing a couple of these athletes step down a distance. We'll just have a look see if any of these featured in the 200 metre finals. Lucy Dyson was a bronze medalist in that 200 metres, so seen some 2s and 4s match up. So it's Dyson, Smith, Ackland, Delphs, Tilliard, Tobin, Firth and Gage. The tall Victorian Firth striding down the back straight. Already got Millie Gage in her sights and trying to ease past her. And it's the Victorian on the outside as well. Sorry, Matilda Delphs running a fantastic first 150. She's up onto the shoulder of Lacey Tilliard. Rose Ackland trying to close hard in the early stages. Watch for her strength to come home right at the end as the 800 metre champion. So they're going through 200 metres. And it's going to flatten out that stagger. It's going to be the Queenslander coming around. The New South Wales athlete also moving well, and a couple of Victorians, but it's going to be Rose Ackland leading this field into the home straight. One lane outside her, Matilda Delphs from New South Wales is the next in the pitch. Then it goes to Lacey Tilliard. Lucy Dyson making some moves as well. Anna Tobin closing hard late, but Rose Ackland, she looks over her shoulder. She can feel Matilda Delphs there, but Rose Ackland's going to do the 4-8 double, 55.92. We've lost the Tasmanian. Delphs and then Anna Tobin get up for the podium.
55.92, flying work there. You said it that stagger was going to flatten out there. So at one stage it was all the outside lanes, but they just pulled Ackland through, and the strength of the 800 metre star. Unfortunately, Tilliard was in that bronze medal spot for about about 90 metres of the last 100 metres, and Tobin and Firth just put on enough pressure on her outside that Tilliard went down with a bit of lactic and that pressure of trying to hang on to that bronze medal. But no doubt about your winner, Rose Ackland. She's had a great weekend.
If there's any consolation, it's probably nicer to fall onto the wet track today than it was on Friday. It was honestly like a sandpaper during the week. So at least you probably got more chance of sliding. Obviously, it's pretty painful right now, but we've seen a few of them bounce back up, figuratively and literally. We saw Grace Kelly feature in the finals of the 100 after stacking it in the heats. So it's tough going, but yeah.
Look, Tilia, apart from the emotional disappointment of having that bronze medal just taken from you at the end. Now, just going to the screen there, Matt, we've got the under 16 400 metre results that we talked about. Kilpatrick 48.30 officially. Hamilton 48.82. I'd love to see his progression as well. And Max McEnany from New South Wales 49.43. So Fernando McHugh 50.28 in the under 16s in fourth. But Jordan Hamilton, he's the one that put the pressure on Kilpatrick and made Kilpatrick have to run quick.
50.43 I've got his PB.
So, yeah, it's a handy weekend. So 1.6 seconds over a heat and final.
And it's not like he hasn't run many races. He's run a 50.8, 50.4, 50.7, 50.4 this whole year. So he was just consistent and then bang, needed the race.
He went 50.4 in the heats and looked comfortable. So it said that there was probably a little bit more there, but you think, maybe his first time sub 50, but no, let's skip his. So he's never run in the 49s.
Ever. Hopefully never again. Keep rocketing down. Don't you love those days when you're a junior and you just skip a whole group of time?
Yeah, those days are gone.
They're definitely gone.
So just a short pause while they're bringing out the under 16 girls. I haven't seen them as yet.
It might just be behind the tent. Last minute chatting too, but this will be a great battle because we have Ivy Boothroyd.
This is a return of the New South Wales All Schools where
Shari Herdman
really broke through.
And Charlotte McAuliffe as well, the 200 metre champ. So we've got the 8 champ, the 200 metre champ, and then probably the 400 metre favourite.
Yeah, the surprise packet of the New South Wales All Schools was Herdman. Well, not surprise to those that know her closely, but probably the upset just to see Boothroyd beaten for a change.
Well, exactly. So I think this is going to be really exciting. We have every factor covered. We've got the speed, we've got the endurance, and we've got the somewhere right in the middle.
Specialist. So who are you going to pick?
I don't know.
I'm just going to call it in lane draw order. I'm just going to go Herdman, Boothroyd, McAuliffe for no other reason than that's the lanes.
I'm going to think McAuliffe's got a tough lane draw. Herdman has a good lane draw. She's inside Boothroyd. McAuliffe, with the hometown was the fastest through the heats. I'm going to give it to the hometown.
All right.
Yep.
So it's a full field in this one of 8. An exciting field it is. You've got Charlie Ross of Tasmania. She'll be in 2. And Lily Bella Hilly from Victoria will be in 3. Shari Herdman we talked about in lane 4 from New South Wales. Ivy Boothroyd, the 800 metre champ, just an incredible vein of form at the moment, the 204. State record under 16 recently. Madeline Marston, Queensland in 6. She's amongst all those 3 favourites. Charlotte McAuliffe, South Australia in 7. Leica McLeod, South Australia in 8. And Isabella Tarr of Victoria will be in 9. So the girls today not having to negotiate the high jumpers. That was yesterday's task. Today they're negotiating javelin throwers.
Yeah, so it's never easy. There's always something.
I suppose at least the javelin throwers aren't having to negotiate the pole
hurdles.
Vault.
Yeah,
the
well,
pole
that's true.
vault, which is the poles and spears don't mix very well. We've seen that before. I've actually seen that here before in Adelaide, and it's a really tough one to negotiate.
It's tough on the officials too because they're just also doing traffic management at the same time.
Just trying to watch their events. Yeah. So we said it was nearly all finals all day. After these, we're actually going to move into some sprint hurdle heats.
Yeah, we'll also have the under 1600 heats as well. So
there's a couple of heats up today, and then the 15s. But pretty action-packed day though. Great way to round out the 3 days of racing here in Adelaide for the Chemist Warehouse 2022 Australian All Schools Track and Field Championships. The Athletics Australia season, of course, rolls onto the Zatopek next week. I spoke to a couple of distance runners yesterday who are making their way down there for the junior 3K races.
Ooh, yeah, that's always a great race.
Yeah,
Dieki and the De Castella 3Ks.
Now, the De Castella 3K, Deeks is losing all his cred now. His marathon record's gone. His APS 3,000 metre record's gone by Logan Janetsky. Well, you have to rename it. The Brett Robinson 3000.
Well, could it be the Logan Janetsky 3000? That's a tough one to take away.
No, very much steering, but it's ironic. He's had 2 records that have stood the test of time, and they've both gone in the same season, and that's what the sport needs. It needs new names.
Yep.
Doesn't change the credibility of what Robert De Castella was.
No, he still won the World Championships.
Yeah.
Can't take that away.
An incredible one, wasn't it? And a home Commonwealth Games marathon as well. 1982, 83 back-to-back. Jordan Hamilton hasn't stopped smiling since he finished that race. He's posing for medal photos at the moment, and rightly so. All those 3 boys that day are sort of very happy with that performance. But it is our girls now on the blocks. I'm excited for this one. It's probably one of the highlights of the day. So the ones to watch, you've got Herdman in lane 4, Boothroyd 5, McAuliffe the South Australian in 7. So Herdman just steps out of the block conservatively. Boothroyd, though, very aggressively goes up to Marston straight away, and out wide McAuliffe, the 200-metre champ, showing speed. But Boothroyd's decided it's my speed that's going to have to burn here. I've got the back end speed. I'm the 800-metre champ. Catch me if you can, she says to Hardman down the back straight. So now through 200, McAuliffe surprisingly sitting probably 3rd at the moment, but out in front it's Boothroyd. Herdman stalking her with 150 to go. She's probably about a metre or 2 metres down when they straighten up. So Boothroyd, the New South Wales under-16 state record over 100. She ran 2:04. She's the gold medalist here over that distance. McAuliffe not out of it all in 3rd. She was conservative through 200. Herdman, can she do what she did at the New South Wales All-Schools? Lynch called McAuliffe. He called her correctly. McAuliffe in front of the home crowd is going to win it for South Australia. 54-52. Boothroyd, she set the race up magnificently. It's surprising to see the 800-metre champ with so much speed down the back straight. Herdman just couldn't ever get on the shoulder. Maybe she was shocked at how hard Boothroyd had gone out, but McAuliffe wins it. And Matt Lynch, I should have backed you home.
You said you went in order. You should have gone reverse lane draw order. They ran the race opposite to what their skill base is.
Absolutely. Boothroyd just showed. I'd like to see what she could run for 200, because that was flying.
She went flying, and she ran it like a 200-metre runner. Use that speed reserve, go out fast, put the pressure on everyone else. Whereas the 200-metre runner went out conservatively and sprinted home.
It's the magic of speed reserve.
Well, yeah, she definitely was well below her top-end speed in that first race. I would suggest that normally you would think the 800-metre runners would even split, but I reckon McAuliffe may have even split that race.
And not miles off the old Jess Thornton 53.90 meet record. We know what Jess did at that sort of age, following on from there, went on to the Youth Olympics. McAuliffe, she's absolutely wrapped with that one.
Oh, that was unreal.
She's a good mover, 200, 400. We talked about the male sprinters in the under 18 age group for South Australia. Well, there's another one on the dais here now, on top of the podium, most importantly. So McAuliffe, that was terrific.
And we do have a little break now while they set up the hurdles. We'll probably grab ourselves a little bit of a drink of water, have a bit of a rest, be back for those 100 hurdle heats.
And a reminder, if you are wanting to watch the field action, the other stream exists on the Athletics Australia YouTube channel through Clutch TV.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though, for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Oh no, yeah, he's got up there. That's the one.
That was part of it as well.
On your mark. Six. On your mark. Six.
It's a tough time. Like, I have to actually do a full warm-up again.
What do I do? That nervous energy for the 3 hours is a little bit harder than it is. The full day ones, it's good. You go switch off entirely, have a meal.
But yeah, it's especially if you were doing something a little bit longer, but do I have time to eat? You know, you want to eat, but you don't feel like eating.
The debates that you have to have in those 3 hour windows. But as I said, we're trying to fit in a whole lot of finals today. We're certainly making it tough on our officials, aren't we, though? Those hurdles have moved non-stop all weekend across the 3 days.
Especially when there's no more than 2 races of every hurdle distance. We're just going to go in, out, in, out. So we have 2 races of the 100, now 2 races of the 110.
And they all come back later on this afternoon.
Yep. Chuck them to the side and repeat.
Go, Jacob. Go, Jake.
So they're lined up now for the under-17 110 hurdle heats. Mitch Tyso has the meet record, 13.62. Old training partner of mine. Went to the World Under-20 Champs in 2010. Made the final there as well. 13.62, so it's a pretty handy time. There's no sub 14-second hurdlers in this one. Willie Wong would be the closest one in that race. He won the under-14 title at the last All School, so technically this would be a back-to-back title if you can get it. Just 3 years separate.
Just skip the 15s and 16s.
Yep. So from the inside it goes Alex Dunn of South Australia, Matthew Basanovic of New South Wales in 4. In 5, Jacob Eddington of Western Australia. In 6, Thomas Waters of Tasmania and William Wong from Victoria in lane 7.
So Wong was the Australian champion this year as well, 1482.
Oh, we've had another false start, I hope. I hope not.
So yeah, 1482 he ran at the Australian Juniors at the start of the year to win gold. None of the other medalists here. Again, one of those events where they're few and far between.
Yeah, some new faces. The green card goes up, so it's good to see.
Wong, yeah, looking for his first sub-14.
So back in the blocks for another try. So Wong gets away well on the outside, the Victorian, and he's first to hit the hurdle. Alex Dunn from South Australia sitting in second place. Basanovic trying to close that gap. First 3 plus the next 2 fastest times, and it's Wong clear over the final flight. He looks good here, 14.11. The conditions are a little bit tricky for the sprinters. It was a minus 1.3 for Amadzovsky's heat and a minus 0.3 for the girls later on. So I know some of the higher hurdle guys do like a slight headwind. If they're needing to chop their strides, it does help a little bit.
I reckon the 17 boys probably aren't
not there yet.
Preferential to it. Yeah, no. Yeah. But Wong though looks good there, 14.11. I think he's in the shape to go sub 14 for the first time later this afternoon. Basanovic was good in second. He did the old sort of celebration for William Wong across the finish line. He did the old pointed to the clock for him.
Oh,
yeah, he was proud of him. So
well done.
He's got some energy. But they'll go through to the final. They'll comfortably progress through. As I said, these boys have 2 years to sort of perfect this 91 centimetre height. So,
well, for a lot of them, this is that first year in the 110. So you tend to people just finding their feet a little bit.
And next year, that 18 years, is probably the important one of these.
This is actually where my final ever hurdles race was as a 16-year-old their age in the under 18s back in 2002, I reckon. Start of 2002, back when junior champs was more an all schools thing. It was juniors was not a contested event as much. I think I ran 15.91. So I was like, that is over.
Yeah, good memory. So 15.91 is the time to beat in the second heat then. That's the time to beat for these athletes.
Is 90 more, almost 100% of them are seated faster than me.
We're going to get Rory Forbes inside your Matt Lynch PB. That's the goal.
Good luck to him.
So just getting set for the second heat. They're just having their final warm-ups. Not far away. Again, it'll be top 3 next 2 fastest as our normal progression has been all weekend. I was just looking ahead at some of the races we've still got ahead. McAuliffe's got to go around again in a 100-metre heat later on today.
Here we go. That's a treble if she gets that.
There's some good competition in it, but
yeah, look, honestly, so Zara Hagen is the reigning champ. She's run 11.8. Holly Ray's been running 11.7 every single week she gets out there, but she's actually got a pretty comfy heat, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the easier of the two, but
yeah.
But I mean, the first thing when I left the commentary box in that 10-minute break, and the first thing 3 people said to me was how impressive her 400-metre run was. It certainly grabbed the attention, and the boys' races before them were amazing. But she just lifted to a new level in terms of the way she won the race, rather than necessarily just purely the time. But the South Australians here were very excited to tell me all about how good she'd been. So, and I can agree with them on that. It was an exciting one. So there are still plenty of opportunities for athletes to back up today. Hurdlers going again after their sprints for the weekend. We've got 100-metre runners going after their 4s and 2s. And we round out the afternoon, of course, with that mixed 4x4, which I'm really looking forward to. The stage was set yesterday with the mixed 4x2 for the juniors.
Yeah, it was good to watch.
And I think the 4x4 will add even more excitement to it with the older athletes. as we talked about, not like the juniors. Everyone's pretty much leaving later tonight anyway, so no one's disappeared too early. They're all mostly available.
That is the tough one where with juniors, like, mate, I'd love to do it, but my flight's before it.
5 days later.
Yep.
All right. So second heat now, setting up on the blocks. Conrad Buckley, South Australia, will be the athlete in lane 3. Max Franklin, Victoria, will be in 4. Pat Edwards, Western Australia, 5. Cameron Davies, New South Wales, in 6. Rory Forbes, the ACT, 7. And Joel Drew of Queensland out wide in lane 8. So pretty even there. The outside lanes, unfortunately, Rory Forbes has hit that hurdle and won't take down Matt Lynch's PB today. But Cameron Davies of New South Wales just fallen back at flight number 7. Joel Drew will come through for the second heat win. So Drew trots across the line, gets it comfortably. Davies was nice there, gets through from New South Wales, had a little bit of trouble at hurdle number 8, but gets through. Pat Edwards, the West Australians, the other automatic qualifier, 14:49s. Quicker than the seed time listed for Joel Drew. And that's our 3 automatic qualifiers. The rest will have to wait on times to progress to this afternoon's under 17 110 metre hurdles final.
Yeah, Joel Drew second in that 400 metre hurdle, so he's doing the, probably rarely contested 4-110 double, but at the school age, obviously, he can hurdle pretty well if he's up there second ranked coming into the 110 hurdle final. He
wasn't super quick off the blocks, and that probably says that because he's a 4 hurdler as well, not necessarily a pure sprinter. There was a line of 3 of them in the first 2 flights, but he just eased away in the back end, and he was just cleaner in the end. As I said, Davies had a bit of an issue at 7 or 8. If he can fix that up, he'll be right in the mix for the final.
Well, this will be good if Joel decides to stick with the 110s, because this is the height they'll be for the 400s.
Just keep practicing.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with some 3-stride hurling to get yourself right. We saw his takes an unusual double, yet probably one of our best proponents of it in Australia at the moment. Chris Douglas.
Yeah,
he does it pretty well.
He's quite handy.
Yeah, does it very well at both. I still don't know which one is his better event.
Well, he's made the world champs as a short hurdler,
which really surprised me, because I thought the season before with what he did over the 4 hurdles, that was where he was going to go. Some guys just don't like it; it's just too hard.
Well, was he made the final at World Indoors?
I reckon he did.
Yeah,
the 60.
So
60 metre hurdles.
That was before we'd really seen him run over the 110. He went 460 hurdles. Wild.
That is an unusual double.
That is very unusual. So we've got about 23 minutes till the next event on the track. It'll be the 100 metre heats for the under 15 women, the under 16 men, and under 16 women. So those 100 heats for the under 15 men, that's gone to a straight final, and the under 14 men's 200 has gone to a straight final. So about 20 minutes, and we'll be back here with plenty of action for the rest of the day.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So returning the action for some heats here of the under 15 women's 100 metres. Meet record here is an 11.93 from Tamsin Lewis in the day. Now Tamsin Manu, I saw her, she logged in earlier to watch her runner Luke Mensink run round in the 400 metre final.
Tamsin, I think that might be going, that meet record.
I think she's in trouble.
Yeah,
in trouble here today, and that's one that's stood at the test of time, 1992. So Tamsin obviously stepped up in well and truly. We talked about these runners, sometimes the 2 runners going up to the 4 or the 8. This is Tamsin as a 100 metre junior going up to the 800 metres and being probably our most consistent and best 800 metre runner until probably the current age of Kat Bissett.
Yeah, do we have to tell whoever breaks this record that their future lies in the 800 metres?
Maybe. Tamsin can give some tips. But no, look, lane 2 here will be Jessica Hannay of Western Australia. Maddie Maher of Victoria will be in 3. Amaya Mearns from Queensland, the 200 metre gold medalist, and the one that's recently gone 11.8. She's in good shape there in lane 4. Ava Ross of New South Wales. She was silver in this event at the juniors earlier in the year from New South Wales in 5. Bailey Vandenbroek from Tasmania in 6. Lily Colville, South Australia in 7. It's, we said 11.93 has stood at the test of time here. But Amaya Mearns with a 11.8 already this season. Really impressive 200 metre gold on Friday. Can she do the double here? Starters moving though out to the stand now. Again, for those looking for field action, the field continuing here. Jump onto that second Athletics Australia YouTube channel. A dedicated field stream. It's catching as much of our jumps, throws as possible. Explosive out of the blocks was Mearns, as we expected, but also next to her, Ava Ross was very, very impressive. But here we go, Amaya Mearns gets into a running in the back end of the race. She'll take out this heat. 11.97, Tamsin's record sticks a little bit longer. Ooh. Ava Ross, dynamic off the blocks. Really liked that start. Put the pressure on Mearns, made her really work. And Maddie Maher will get through as an automatic spot there in 3rd, the Victorian. Yeah, Ross was good. Kept with it to at least about, probably 60 metres before Mearns pulled away, and she didn't really fly away from the field either. But look, we're complaining about 11.97. No, exactly. she's in great shape, the 14-year-old from Queensland. I like the way she got going. She probably is still more suited at the moment to the 200, really, the way she runs the back end. But yeah, 11.93. She'll be looking through that final. We've been seeing the time slightly round down today, so she's probably going to be pretty close to that in that heat. Yeah, and the day that she ran that 11.8 up in Queensland, it was prime conditions. It looks like she might be in this long jump competition too. Oh, well, maybe that's why she was just a bit delayed off the blocks. A little bit of fatigue from the long jump run-up. Triple jump. Triple jump. So triple jump starts in 13 minutes, the 15 girls triple jump. So she's got that. She's got the spike change to get through, and she'll be pretty much, the triple jump will almost connect through to the 100 metre final later today. Yeah, 2:12. So she might have a little chance for a snack, but likely, if she gets a full set of jumps, she's going to go straight into the warm-up for the final. So the marker's been set, so sub 12 in the first heat. The marker's been set for the girls in the second one. Leah O'Brien, the West Australian here, was the gold medalist at the juniors. Yeah, I think she might have scratched. We might be missing her. We are. So it probably leaves Lucy Dyson there in the middle lanes, the bronze medalist in the 200. Yeah, who's had literally fresh, I wouldn't say fresh is the right word, but right off the 400 metre final. She finished 5th in that one, and that wasn't that long ago. So this lineup here, Isabella Browning from South Australia goes in lane 2. Tammin Lamprey, we've seen in the hurdles this weekend, goes in 3. Lucy Dyson in 4 from Queensland, 5. Sienna Towndrow from the ACT, and then Grace Crow from Victoria in lane 7. So a big loss for this field here. Leah O'Brien, silver medalist in the 200.
So Dyson will be the favourite in this one. We'll see what's left in those legs after a 400 metres. Only a short while before this race. Good out of the blocks, but Lamprey as well, the hurdler, out into the front there. Grace Crow on the outside looking well. Dyson now gets into a running. She's got that high elbow carry and she's pulling away from the field. Takes the win, 12:31. Lamprey and Crow on the outside. It looks like we might have had our gold and silver medalists from the first heat.
They're certainly going to be the ones to beat based on that. The way that Ava Ross started in the first one, the way that Mearns finished, I think they're going to be... They might have a couple of metres on that second heat, but who knows? The conditions don't seem to be a real factor. It's back to a tail breeze, I believe, listening to some of the athletes come in from the triple jump. So a nice little, just a small, subtle tail breeze.
Yeah, those 110 hurdles before our break. Plus 1.0, plus 0.9, so...
It's beautiful down
pretty handy.
Very... And you know who's up next. Gout. He loves a tailwind.
He's collected a few records, and there's one that... The meet record he doesn't have yet. 10.63 from Eddie Osai Nikita from the ACT back in 2016 at his home championships. I think that's when he really literally leapt onto the scene.
He jumped about 2 metres high post-race in the celebration. The crowd couldn't help but absolutely loving that moment there when he won the All Schools. And we talk about the growth of different athletes at different stages. Eddie was just a beast, wasn't he, as an under 16. He's gone on to finally break Dad's national record.
Took some time. He was knocking on the door.
Yep.
So he had a plus 2.4 in that final, but how's this? This is his series of events in 2016 on the World Athletics profile. He went 11.14 in November, then 10.75, and then 10.63.
At 15.
That's unreal. And then I'm pretty sure in 2017 he ran... towards the end of the year, he's run 10.5s throughout the year. 2019 was his big year, though. He was still technically... So as he represents New Zealand now, it's age on the day for records.
Oh.
So because he was still 17 when he ran 10.30 and 20.7...
He broke the under 18.
They're under 18 New Zealand records at 10.3.
Which is not as quick as the Australian one.
No, not anymore.
Seb Sultana. That does seem quite ironic we're saying that now when you'd have thought that Eddie was claiming that one back then.
Yeah, back those days.
But look, here we go. So Gout.
Oh, actually, sorry, it's 10.19 because he ran that at Nationals.
Wow. So Gout is the one we're going to be looking at here. It'll be interesting to see whether he goes all out in the heats to put another marker on the board or whether he saves it for the final this afternoon. I've had the courtesy of stealing the commentary on this one from Matt Lynch. I've said he can have the final this afternoon. I think he calls a Gout record better than any other. Josiah John will be in 3 next to him. Thomas Richmond, the North Queenslander, in the middle lanes. Liam Griffiths of South Australia. And Dylan Hall looking to go sub-11 again. The New South Wales athlete out wide. So good start from John, it was, the West Australian, and he's giving Gout something to chase in the back end. Dylan Hall out wide from New South Wales, but Gout gets going. His last 30 metres just cruises through. It wasn't a great start. He had something to chase from Josiah John. Dylan Hall was there with him as well, but he just made 10.71 look so easy.
And once he just ran enough to get into the lead and then switched it off.
He did. It was a really strong start, though. Josiah John...
Yeah. And Gout's start wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't bad at all. John just had a ripper.
Yeah.
Dylan Hall was in the race. He wasn't connected being in that outside lane, so he wasn't with them.
I reckon John's run pretty quick. He comes in with 11.17, and I think he's shown a bit of form there.
He might have been close to a sub as well there.
Yeah.
Dylan Hall's probably gone sub only for the second time. So these under 16 boys, inspired by their one-lap wonders this morning in the same age group. Good giggle there from Dylan Hall and Gout as they walk off the track with each other. They're both pretty happy. And they know they'll go head-to-head again in just a few hours' time. Later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And we've also got Andrew Mayenda.
10.70 with a plus 0.5 officially. So
he made it look easy.
I actually was sort of looking at the clock thinking, it might say 10.80, 10.90, because it wasn't the perfect execution of a race, but he's run 10.70 officially. with only a plus 0.5. I reckon this afternoon you're gonna call something pretty exciting there.
Yeah, look, to think that he's now 0.13 off his own personal best in what was not probably the smoothest of races. I think, geez, could we see a 10.40 maybe in the high 40s?
I think he definitely is a PB and Australian record under threat again this afternoon, though, regardless.
But we'll go back to the next heat. Blake Byers goes out of lane 2 from Queensland in 3. Jacob Adams from North Queensland in 4. Ryan Rahimi from New South Wales. 5. Andrew Mayenda from South Australia. In 6. Ryan Knight from the ACT. And 7. Kai Gale from Western Australia. Mayenda, he'll be looking to try and spoil the party.
He's a very impressive sprinter. Another one of these South Australians that's come to the fore recently.
Yeah, he won the national championships when he was, I think, 14. Australian junior champs back in 2021. And honestly, has a top end similar to Gout. Reminded me of Carl Lewis, which after speaking to his coach, he said, yes, we'd watch a fair bit of YouTube of Carl Lewis as well.
Interesting one here when we talk about these results that from the Nationals earlier this year. Dylan Hall, who was second at first heat, was the gold medalist. He ran 11.03 there. Gout was 6th.
Yeah, so it was Gout's first champ. He'd actually run 10.95 at our state champs, Gout, but I looked at the start line. I was like, for the heats, I was like, Gout's not there. What's going on? Then I look up, and he's running down the tunnel, ran a full 300 metres while his athletes were on the blocks, ran around, put the spikes on, and then had to run his heat. He's just late to the call room.
Nice to let him through.
Yep.
That's why championships are so good, that first-time experience.
So fast start there from Byers on the inside, the Queenslander. Mayenda up into his running as well as Kai Gale on the outside. But watch for the top end speed of Mayenda. He's trying to get away from Byers, but Byers is holding on. They ease up as well, 10.89. That is still a handy run. Looked like Mayenda might have just been running within himself, but he couldn't get away from Byers. And Kai Gale as well, the West Australian, did well.
Took a long time for him to actually get to Byers. I think Byers might have had him. You called it off the blocks that Byers was a good start. Mayenda was good. Look, you said his top-end speed was fantastic. Yeah, Byers was terrific. Off the blocks there. Mayenda got to him halfway. Didn't actually run away from him, as you said. And Kai Gale, we're going to have 2 West Australians in the mix in the final.
Well, they were superb in the 4x1 when they actually won the 4x1 by over a second. Kai Gale, Josiah John, we saw Jordan Hamilton in that 400 metres. So they're a very handy team, and you know they've got 2 in the final. They were right up the front. That bronze medal's up for grabs, I think, still. But Byers and Mayenda could be there. But I want to see what Josiah John ran.
Yeah, Dylan Hall's right in the mix also, though. So, I mean, as we said, and if you get a good start in those 100 metres and you leave yourself in the race, and the pressure of trying to run them down can do all sorts of things to them. So, all these guys, though, I mean, they all raced each other, ironically, at the Australian Juniors early in the year. Back then, Dylan Hall was gold, Andrew Mayenda was silver, Josiah John was 4th on that occasion, Blake Byers was 5th, and Gout was 6th. So it's one of those events where we've got 5 of the top 6 returning for the All Schools.
Love it.
And all running, they're all in PB shape.
That's the most exciting thing.
So we move to the under 16 women's next. It's going to be 2 heats again.
I'm looking forward to the battle between lanes 5 and 6. Obviously, these seed times are from a little earlier in the year, but Holly Ray in lane 5, she's been seeded with a 12.06, which is what she would have done at the champs, but she's run 11.7 back-to-back a couple of weeks. She actually took it to, I think, Olivia Rose Inkster when they both ran 11.7, so she's probably the fastest in the field. So her and Zara Hagen, the other favourite and reigning national champion, for them to be seated next to each other in the same heat, this could be a preview of the final.
And in the second heat, you've got the 200-400 champ, Charlotte McAuliffe.
Yeah, trying to go for the treble.
So, trying to do treble. She's going to need to go a little bit quicker than she did in her 4 today. She's going to need to be fast off the blocks. But here you got Charlotte Fowler of the ACT in 2. Shinonzo Okweli from South Australia in 3. Isabella Wing, Tasmania in 4. Holly Ray, as you said, New South Wales in 5. Zara Hagen, the Queenslander, in 6. And Lillian Lanoy of North Queensland out wide. Great start from Ray, the New South Wales athlete. She's left a bit of work for Zara Hagan to do if she's going to try and catch her today. So Ray out in front, still wing from Tasmania, trying to fight through for an automatic spot. I like the way that Hagan, though, moved up into Ray in the last 50 metres. Ray was explosive off the blocks. It made Hagan look like she was sitting a little bit, but once Hagan got to that top speed, she was really very, very good. And probably not the best off the blocks.
No, and I think Hagan felt like she just had something a little bit left. She didn't really throw it all down towards the end, but Holly Ray, she's going to put them all under pressure as soon as the gun goes with that explosive start.
So just on 12-0. So 11.54 from Halal Durmaz as that meet record. 2019. Another Queensland junior prodigy. Of course, we're just talking about offside running for other countries. Durmaz as well. Turkish nationality.
I think that might have been a big tailwind as well, that 11.54.
It was our last edition of the All Schools, of course, 2019. We go into the second heat now. Marnie Anderson of Victoria will be in 2. Michaela Webb, Queensland 3. Mel Terry, Tasmania 4. Rihanna Di Giuseppe, Western Australia 5. Charlotte McCall of South Australia 6. And Maya Madden Khan. Yeah, it was a +4 that Durmaz had when she ran that 11.54. So unsurprising why it's so low.
So we'll see what McAuliffe can do here. Really looking forward to seeing how she backs up. We saw Lucy Dyson, who was backing up after her 400-metre run. But McAuliffe trying to go for the treble. Michaela Webb might worry her from the inside. She'll be a fast starter. He suggests that McAuliffe would come home strong late. So keep an eye on lane 3 and lane 6. Well, fast start there from Armani Anderson on the inside. She's got an absolute flyer, and Maya Madden Khan. McAuliffe really coming home late. She got left behind in the blocks, but it's going to be a boil over on the inside. 12.19 from Armani Anderson. Coming with a 12.34, and she's just rolled 12.19, and I think she's caught them by surprise there.
The start, we talked about how quick you can be off the blocks. We knew McAuliffe would fly home late. She's got home for third, and she'll make it through to the final, but Marnie Anderson, she did win the Victorian All Schools and was very dominant there. Didn't probably have competition right at her shoulder there. So maybe with quality races next to her, she's shown what she can do.
Yeah, exactly. McAuliffe just really had a lot of work to do in that end of that race.
Michaela Webb was up there as well. I think she hung on for second. She'll get through as an automatic spot. But McAuliffe, yeah, a bit of lactic in the legs after the 400. Gets a few more hours rest now before she returns. But Amani Anderson goes through as the fastest qualifier in that heat.
She was one of our athletes, I'm fairly sure, that fell over towards the end of the race.
In the 200 early on Friday.
So she'll be looking for vengeance, I'd say. She's on the track, against the track.
She's a Ballarat athlete in Victoria, regional Victoria, host of the Commonwealth Games
2026. So another little break in the program, because the under-14 men's 200 metres, that has gone to a straight final at final time. So we'll be back at 12.18 for the 200 metre heats for the women's under-14.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Unless I can find Curtis Marshall, then I can do my thing.
This is your hand, and you lean so far forward. I know. I'm leaning forward. Not there.
So behind the blocks now for the first of 2 heats for the women's under 14 200 metres. Top 3 plus the next 2 best times. This one features Aluka Rose Taylor, who won the 400 metres at these championships. She was 5th in the 100 metres. We'll go through the start list. Amelia Reid, West Australia, goes into Ashara Ross in 3 from Victoria. In 4, Hannah Shortland from New South Wales. 5, Aluka Rose Taylor from South Australia. 6, Violet Bennett from Tasmania. In 7, Aurelia Boyd from Queensland. And in 8, Aisha Shave from the ACT. So it's Reid, Ross, Shortland, Taylor, Bennett, Boyd and Shave. And that's Aluka Rose Taylor, 5th in the 100, 1st in the 400 metres. She's going to lead this field into the home straight on an inside. Shortland and Ross having a great bend as well. So the Victorian Ross gets up into 2nd place on the outside. Boyd also moving well. And New South Wales Shortland, but Taylor has the lead. She's pulling away. Shave closing hard on the outside, but Taylor takes it 25.88 from Shortland and from Boyd. So the second heat on the blocks now. This one features Ariella Sprague, who won the 100 metres yesterday. Chanel Charles, who was 2nd in the 400 metres. So goes Sprague in 2, Sophie Williams, the WA, in 3, Chanel Charles, Tasmania, 4, Mia Keane, 5, ACT, then Navia Williams, Matilda Harrison, Demi DeTornio, and Charlie Vincent. So what's for Charlie Vincent to get a good start, but it was Matilda Harrison from New South Wales. Vincent was 3rd in the 100 metres. When they come around the bend, it's already Matilda Harrison from New South Wales, past the athletes on her outside. But Ariella Sprague, the 100 metre champion, will straighten up. In 2nd place, though, Matilda Harrison having a flyer down the track. Ken Sprague closed the gap, getting up into 2nd place, 3rd place, Sophie Williams. But Matilda Harrison, she'll take the win here. 25.88, not too dissimilar to what Aluka Rose Taylor did, but what a start from Matilda Harrison to really put the rest under pressure. Sprague did well around lane 1. Looks like she was running within herself a little bit there. And she takes heat win number 2. So the next events on the track will be our para women's 800 metres, the women's under 15, and the women's under 20. And the men's under 15, 17 and 20, and that should be at 12:30, so not too far away.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Para female athletes are on the track now. There'll be 2 races to go here. The ambulant first, which will feature the under-15s and under-20s, 3 in each. And then Sarah Jane Clifton-Bly, wheelchair T33 athlete, will go by herself after the completion of this race. And then it'll be the male athletes, under-15, under-17, they'll go together, and then the under-20s will run together. So the under-15 800 metres will feature Hayley Kennedy out of 2, the Queenslander T20, Abby Pete T36 from New South Wales, and Alice Huddy T20 from Victoria. And the under-20s, Kinda Crump, Queensland in 5, Zoe Blakey West, TO1 athlete from New South Wales, and Layla Sharp T12 from New South Wales, Kinda Crump T20. So let's go through this again. A combined women's para under 15 and under 20. The under 15 age group lanes 2, 3 and 4. It's Hayley Kennedy in 2, Abby Pete in 3 and Alice Huddy in 4. And the under 20 age group, Kinda Crump, goes in 5, Zoe Blakey West in 6 and Layla Sharp in 7. It's Layla Sharp, the T12 athlete, visually impaired. Comes in with a 250, the only sub 3-minute athlete in the field here. Leading the way so far, all the other athletes just tucking in behind, but they are stretched out. There's 2 sets of medals up for grabs here. I'm also trying to work out if they have a separate ambulant and wheelchair medal set up, because Sarah Jane Clifton-Bly, the Birmingham Com Games rep, she goes by herself after this race. So Layla Sharp, and in front. And it's Kinda Crump. They're in the older age group. Abby Pete next. Then it's Hayley Kennedy, Zoe Blakey West, and Alice Huddy. This is some strong running, though, from Layla Sharp. Working her way down the back straight. Abby Pete trying to close the gap on Crump, just in front of her down the back straight. They've got 300 metres left to go, but this is some strong, strong performance from our T12 New South Wales athletes. Only 15. She's up in the under-20 event, Layla Sharp. Can she beat her seed time of 2:50? She's got about 150 metres left to go. The clock at 2:10. It's definitely on the cards. If she can have a strong finish, Crump, though, still has the lead over the front of Abby Pete, of Alice Huddy. But 50 metres left to go for your leader, and she's definitely going to beat that seed performance she came in with of 250. A big victory there for Sharp. She slices off just around 13 seconds. They're coming to the home straight. It was Abby Pete, the T36 athlete, the youngster. She's found a little bit extra. She's got in front of Crump. Crump will be the second under 20 to cross the line, but Abby Pete, she'll be the first in the under 15 event. And the clock stayed frozen on the 2:37. Next athlete to enter the home straight, Haley Kennedy. She'll finish in front of Huddy. Both the same classification, both T20. So she'll definitely finish in front of her on the baseline comparison. This is a strong finish for Zoe Blakey West. She might just run out of real estate, though, to catch Alice Huddy. We'll see where she gets on the finish line. 10 to go. Huddy looks over the shoulder, though. Puts a bit of extra spurt on to make sure she finishes just ahead of Zoe Blakey West. But it'll be Sarah Jane Clifton Bly next to roll around the track. 2 laps for the wheelchair Birmingham Commonwealth Games representative.
Representing New South Wales, ACDT, Sarah Jane Clifton.
So this is Sarah Jane Clifton Bly, T33 athlete out of New South Wales. She was 5th over the 100 metres in Birmingham. She's out there alone, obviously with the wheelchair and the ambulant races split apart, so it's safer for all the athletes competing, but she'll be out there on her own, racing against the clock, coming with a 3:11.20 as her seed performance. So 1 lap to go for Clifton Bly. She's going to go under 90 seconds here. So 1:27. She can keep that form going. She will go underneath that 3-minute mark. She came in with a 3:11.20. She's keeping that momentum going. We'll keep an eye on that clock. So 1:27. She's looking for about a 2:54. She can keep the momentum rolling exactly the same pace as that first race, but she's obviously not starting from a standstill. And if she can close in about 45 seconds, she will go underneath it. As she eases around past that pole vault. 150 metres left to go for Sarah Jane Clifton Bly in the T33 under 20 wheelchair 800 metres. Tough work out there, solo effort from the New South Wales athlete. The crowd is up and about here. She's still pushing strong with about 60 metres left to go. About 15 seconds if she can get under. She's going to be well underneath her seed performance, but head down, pushing hard towards the line. 20 metres left to go. I said 2:56, and it'll be 2:57, so it goes off the middle of the front wheel. That's a great performance there, all by herself.
I just come looking for you.
So our combined under 15 and under 17, 800 metres for para athletes. From the inside, Thomas Crump, Rogan Sutherland, Cooper, Rob Jackson and Maximos Papa Constantinou. And on the outside, it's our under 17s, Angus Murray, Leopold Reeve, Christian Miller and Jacob Aubrey-White. We have our under 20s, they'll run by themselves. And that's going to feature one of the best up-and-coming para athletes in Australia, Angus Hinksman, a local athlete. T38, but right now the big tall Queenslander rolling down. Wait till they come around into the home straight to just catch who that is leading the way. Well, Cooper Rob Jackson came in with a 2:17. He is the fastest in the field. And I think that might be Jacob Aubrey-White, a tall Queenslander with a hat on. And that is Cooper Rob Jackson tucked in behind him. So they're the leaders of both our under 17 and under 15s at the moment. Then it goes back to Christian Miller. And then it looks like Leopold Reeve right behind him as well. Rogan Sutherland still rolling around as well as Thomas Crump. And then we have Maximos Papa Constantinou. And then it'll be our T64 athlete Angus Murray. But rolling down the back straight, it is Cooper Rob Jackson, the T38, 14-year-old. He did come in with the fastest seed performance, and he's looking very strong with 250 metres left to go. And I'm sure he'll want to stick around and watch what Angus Hinksman can do later on. He's a 158 runner, Angus Hinksman, and I'm sure he's a bit of an inspiration. That's such a strong T38 age group with those 1,500 metres. We have Reece Langford, you know, Dion Kenzie's done so much in that event. Dan Bounty made the final in Tokyo as well. I think he was 6th or 7th, so it's such a strong class of athlete. And now our T38 youngster, Cooper Rob Jackson, comes into the home straight. He probably won't surpass his seed time of 2:17.80. You won't be too far away, though. Jacob Aubrey-White, he'll be the first to cross the line in the under-17s, but Cooper Rob Jackson is only a couple of seconds outside, 2:20.05. And a fast finish here from Leopold Reeve, T37 athlete. Also a fantastic run. He came in with a 2:28, so he might get under that one. Christian Miller, he'll be next to cross the line. And then it goes back to Rogan Sutherland, the T20 athlete from Queensland. And a fast finish here from Thomas Crump. He will run out of real estate, though. Our final athletes come into the home straight. Maximos Papa Constantinou. And then our T64 athlete, Angus Murray. And Murray's got a bit of a sprint finish on his hands. He's looking a lot stronger these last 50 metres. He won't probably catch Papa Constantinou. But a fantastic effort there all across the line. Now in our under 15s and under 17s combined para 800 metres.
So under 20 men now returning to the track for the Para 800 metres. It's just a minute or so away. Patrick Ram here from Queensland, T20 athlete. We've got Jai Williams, also T20 from New South Wales next to him. Levi Harris, the other T20. And then the incredible, you mentioned him in the last one, Angus Hinksman here from South Australia. He's a T38 athlete. He's gone sub 2 minutes. He's breaking all sorts of world junior records at para level, but he's also breaking Australian Open records for T38 category. He's the one that we're going to watch. And the locals know him really well. He's gained some significant notoriety for his performances over the last 18 months, the young South Australian. And that's him that's gone straight to the front here in this T38 category. He's also later on this afternoon. He ran the 1500, sorry. He ran the 1500. He came 10th in 4:04 in the 1500 in the able-bodied for final. So Angus Hinksman setting the world on fire. Very Jared Clifford-like potential in what he's going to do for his category. So for those unaware, that T38 category, it's the mildest of that cerebral palsy category. But Angus Hinksman overcoming any sort of so-called disability he might have to match with the best of the best as a junior middle distance runner.
Well, for the para events here, it is only a small amount of events offered, so it's the 1, 2 and the 8. And being a T30 athlete, the Paralympic pathway for them is the 1500 metres. So, you know, he's good enough to make the able-bodied 1500 metres, put it to them, top 10 finish. He's gone through in 62 seconds there, so he's going to have to try and get a negative split if he wants to go sub 2 again.
But he's familiar here with the home track. Obviously, he's running a lot of these best times now in those able-bodied fields because he's getting pulled along well. He's, as I said though, at South Australian level, he's on the podium for the junior championship. So the race behind though, meanwhile, it's a really good race in 2 there at the moment. It is Patrick Ram and Jai Williams. Now the New South Wales athlete there, Jai Williams, has just moved away for the first time. So that's at racing 2 for that T20 category, but they're also going to come up against the percentages against Angus Hinksman here. But 150 to go. Angus Hinksman, he's got some work to do. I don't think we're going to see sub 2 today, but he's going to be not far from it. And the South Australian, keep the applause coming down the main straight here. They're proud to see him. They know him well. Angus Hinksman, the T38 athlete from South Australia. On percentages, I think there'll be no doubt he will be your Australian para under 20 champion. He goes 2:02, so a 62 and a 60 for Angus Hinksman from South Australia. Takes that one out. And now here we look at the percentages of what's going to happen here. Jai Williams trying to look to go under 2:26. That was his seed time coming in. Patrick Ram, the Queenslander here, chasing behind him at 2:33. It was a big surge from Jai Williams down the back straight. He's really hurting as he comes through the line. He's going to be right on that 2:26, 2:25.31. So inside his seed time. And Patrick Ram comes in inside that seed time. So the 2 T20 athletes there. Jai Williams from New South Wales. And now rounding out that field, it will be Levi Harris of Queensland. And he's going to get to go inside 3 minutes, which is for him a very strong run, 2:55.20. So well done. Angus Hinksman there, first across the line. We'll wait officially for the percentages toward the rest of the medals. So event 239 have just got away there. That's the under 15 motors for women. We've got Caitlin McGee from North Queensland in hip number 1, Matilda Emanuel from New South Wales, hip number 2. So McElwain, Queensland in 3, Piper Simpson, New South Wales 4, Tessa Ebert, South Australia in 5, Chloe Bowen, Queensland 6, Lida Milrow from Western Australia 7, Madison King, Victoria in 8, Sienna McGee, North Queensland 9, and Leah Van Newtegen from Tasmania in 10. You've got the 2 gold and the silver medalists here from the Australian Championships in Tessa Ebert and Piper Simpson. They went 4:31 and 4:33 back-to-back there. Madison King was 6th in that final. And right now that is Piper Simpson with Tess Ebert on her shoulder. So the 2 favourites straight to the front. Maddie King there now moves about 5 wide around the bend to find good position up behind them. So tight bunch, nothing too special the first lap. They're going to go through in about 74 seconds there, Lynchy.
Yeah, it's a funny one. We don't have many backing up from the 800 metres.
Quite a few from the 3,000 though.
So McGee was 3rd in that 800 metres for North Queensland. Was one of the first North Queensland medalists.
Tess Ebert, one of the Matt Clark coached athletes. We called that one through in the 3,000 the other day, and she's sitting on the shoulder, that is, of Piper Simpson there. I said they're very familiar with each other. 1-2 they were at the Australian Junior Championships earlier in the year. The fact that our whole field of 10 are still sitting together shows the conservative pace through, probably showing also the fact that a lot of them did the 3,000 or the steeplechase already this weekend.
Does it fall in the hands more of the sprint type of McGee maybe, if it's this kind of slow speed?
Oh, look, I think there's some quality, though, in the field, regardless of if they wind it up with maybe 800 to go, 2 laps to go. I think a few of these girls can keep down appropriately.
McGee is trapped pretty tightly, though, on the rail, wearing hip number 1. So she'd have to get herself into a good position before she made any kind of attack. You can tend to get swamped in those positions where you might be 3rd and everyone else moves around you, which they kind of are doing now as they come through the first 800 metres. This under 15 women's 1500, 2:31.
So 74-77, and for the first time we've seen a bit of a splintering of the back of that pack. Looks like the Tasmanian is the first one just to drop off there, and possibly our West Australian athlete in Mulroy as well. Just trying a little bit hard now as that tempo has picked up. So 600 metres remain. It's still the same piloting duo at the front though. Piper Simpson on the rail, Tessa Ebert on her outside.
Ebert, Zoe.
So Madison King won that 3,000, the small Victorian figure. She's the one that's now moved into 3rd. Tessa Ebert was 2nd on that occasion there. Zoe McElwain's also in this one. But right now, though, it's Simpson, Ebert and King.
Yeah, Matilda Emanuel just off the back of that as well, but they get the bell. And it's the reigning champion just tucked on the outside of Piper Simpson. There's going to be a long run for home, I think, in this under 1500 metres. King, the 3,000 metre athlete, just tucked in behind them, and then back to the Queenslander, but with 300 metres left to go, it's Piper Simpson still out in front, and Ebert biding a time, and she's pouncing. But Simpson responds, only just a nose in front as they go down the back straight. King trying to hold on to that third position. Looks like McElwain.
Simpson's not going to let her through there. That was smart from Simpson. She went, I'm going to hold her out before the bend. She's done a good job of it. Ebert's had to run wide now. She's had to run wide for this last 150 metres. So Ebert, the local hope, can she turn her silver from the 3,000 into gold here? Simpson, she's been at the front from the gun. Third, still the race is on. King still looks good there. But out in front, Ebert's now dropped 3 or 4 metres off Piper Simpson. So Piper Simpson in New South Wales, she's gone from the gun. She's going to take the victory here. It's going to be a tick over 4:30. Ebert's going to be through second. King's run home well. She gets another medal to her collection for the weekend, but 4:33.17. Piper Simpson's your All Schools champion. Ebert second. King next. A late dash home there for Chloe Bowen. She looked good. McElwain that we mentioned from the 3,000 earlier. Caitlin McGee was next through from North Queensland. But a well-run race, well judged. I think it was a really smart tactic down the back straight. Piper Simpson just kept the rail run. It shows sometimes if you hold that important spot, you make it too hard, Tess Ebert. It's not a long way around the bend, but she probably had to run the 3 or 4 extra metres around that top bend and wasn't enough to hang on.
Yeah, kept her wind, kept her position and, you know, really responded. Ebert got in front, but just not enough to cut back in front. And probably about 2:20 to go, Simpson responded and just kept her out wide. And you could tell with about 150 metres left to go, she had to slip in back behind Simpson, and then it was all over.
Yeah, our girls have been busy this weekend, but it's Piper Simpson who takes the gold there. She looks a bit spent after it, like they all do.
Well, she was 5th in the 3,000 metres and was about 50 seconds off first place. So whether that was
that's her distance. The 15's her distance. She likes it. Might also like the slightly cooler conditions today. We talked about how hot that 3,000 was. That was as the heat started winding up yesterday morning. It was 10 o'clock yesterday morning. We'd already hit 30. This next one, 4:22 meet record for the under-16s, who are now just on the start line. Kayla van der Linden, 2019. That was on the home track there in Perth. She ran that 4:22.96. We've got Kyra Anderson here of Queensland in hip number 1, Fleur Cooper, New South Wales 2, Zoe Honeybrook, ACT 3, Hayley Whitsett, Victoria, had a busy weekend, Emma Henkel, South Australia, Danielle Graham, WA, Hannah Rushmere, Victoria, Sarah Baker, New South Wales, Malika McLeod of South Australia, she'll be right up the front end of this group, Piper Devine, Queensland, and Bridie Marr of North Queensland, just getting their final instructions at the start. So we've taken off down the back straight, a bit more aggressive than it was for the under-15s, trying to find good position on the track. So a field of 11. Kyra Anderson was second in that 3K. Hayley Whitsett was third. Fleur Cooper, of course, was second in the 800 metres. And Danielle Graham was third in the 800. So you've got the 3K and the 800 metre runners meeting here in the middle, and they've slowed down again after they've gone through 200.
Yeah, big pack almost on the outside of lane 2 there. Throw a blanket over him at the moment. They're taking it pretty casual through the first 200 metres here. Looks like it's Fleur Cooper in control at the front. Then on the outside, Danielle Graham just trying to get in a good position. On the rail, that looks like the ACT athlete Zoe Honeybrook. And then it's the 2 Queenslanders just behind them, Kaya and Piper Devine. But Fleur Cooper looking comfortable out in front. She only lost the 800 metres because Ivy Boothroyd, the state record holder, took out that victory. But she's strung them out now after that lap, 72nd lap.
So, yep, the pace certainly picked up and it was really injected as they went through there that first lap. So we've got a group of 2, group of 3, and then we go back to another group of 4. So they've strung them out. At the moment, the 2 Queenslanders and 2 Victorians struggling to probably keep onto the pace out the front that's been set by Fleur Cooper. So some work to do. Fleur Cooper, she's really stringing out the group here of under 16, 1500 metre runners.
They're going to come back into the home straight again, and they've really split it up since the last time they were here. So Cooper out in front, then Graham. There's the other New South Wales athlete just behind them. And it's back to Kyra Anderson. So it looks like it might be Honeybrook. It's actually Sarah Baker. So it's Cooper, Graham, Baker, and Kai Simpson. Then it's Honeybrook and Hayley Whitsett just on the back of that. will get them through the first 800 metres when they get back around the top. But Cooper and Graham, they're stretching this field. Baker's stuck in the middle. They're going to try and close that gap. Whitsett and Honeybrook just behind Kyra Anderson. And they've got to get up into the medals and get up about another 10 metres before they get on the back of Baker. But Fleur Cooper leading the way right now.
2:22 through 800, so tempo's well and truly on. The 800 metre runners, unsurprisingly, the ones that have set the pace out in front, so those two that were on the podium there. What can these 3,000 metre runners do? Hayley Whitsett, the bronze medalist in the 3,000, has moved her way up from about 7th or 8th on the track, now up into 4th. She's one of the ones that's going to wind her way up gradually. So the race for bronze, back between them there, is at the moment Whitsett, and we also talked about Sarah Baker. But out in front with 500 to go, it's going to be the 200, 800 metre runners. The West Australian, Danielle Graham, who was 3rd there, and Fleur Cooper, the New South Wales silver medalist.
Yeah, that lead is extending. They've pulled themselves about 20 metres in front of 3rd place, but they're going to get the bell with Cooper about a couple of strides in front of Danielle Graham. Whitsett's going to make the move past Baker when they get the bell with 400 metres left to go. Then it's Kyra Anderson, Honeybrook, and then it's hip number 7, that's Hannah Rusmir. So Cooper's extending that lead from Danielle Graham as they come around the back straight for the final time. Baker's not letting Whitsett get too far away. She's right on her shoulder, but the gap back to Danielle Graham is extending as they go down the back straight. 250 metres left in this under-16 women's 1,500, and it's Fleur Cooper pulling away from Graham. Baker responding to Whitsett's move down the back, and Kyra Anderson might be out of the medals here.
But 150 to go, Fleur Cooper. She's going to turn, I think, that 800 metre silver into gold here. She looks terrific. Danielle Graham stayed with her for a long way, and I potentially think that those two in third might really round Graham up in this last 100. But out front, Fleur Cooper. She was chasing Boothroyd in the 800, but here she is. She's going to be a 1,500 metre under-16 Victorian champion. There's a bit happening behind him. Graham's going to try to have to hold off the fast-finishing Baker from New South Wales. Baker's looking to make the New South Wales 1-2, and I think she will. Graham hanging on. Whitsett, Rushmere flying home, 4:26.22.1. So Fleur Cooper takes it. Baker second. Graham, Whitsett through next. The next the Victorians, Rushmere just behind her. Then it was Kyra Anderson, as you mentioned. Yeah. Zoe Honeybrook through.
That was good from Baker. I thought she was long gone.
She looked like she wasn't going to get a medal for a long way, and then she's run herself into silver. Made it a New South Wales 1-2. But Fleur Cooper,
yeah, strong running.
Really strong running. The 800, 1,500 metre double this weekend. Gets the silver and the gold.
Yeah, obviously in the shadow of Ivy Boothroyd. You know, when you run 2:08.51 as a 15-year-old, you're usually going to be up the front, but not beaten by 3 seconds. But she came back out there and was not too far away from that meet record from Kayla van der Linden. So a very good performance there, and she did all the work herself out in front.
Yeah, Danielle Graham just sat on her for a long way, and I mean, look, I think Danielle Graham's going to be pretty happy with that run as well. She hung on for a long way. Whitsett unfortunately couldn't duplicate her bronze medal performance from the 3K. She was 4th through there, but the ladies have given everything they could in this junior 3,000. Look at the plethora of yellow spikes there. Look at it, the fluoro yellow. There's a marketing opportunity. So the officials there just reminding the girls that it's time to clear the track, despite their...
Yeah, we do have other races to go.
Yeah, the boys are setting up at the moment on the back straight.
So we're away in the men's under 15, 1,500 metres. Hip number 1, ACT, Sachendra Cam, Yogaswaran, Avery McDermott of Victoria in 2, Jack Williams in 3 from South Australia, 4, Toby Wilson from North Queensland, in 5, Zach Milligan, he was silver medalist in the 3K, 6, Matthew Stoner from WA, 7, Cody Clarkson, ACT, in 8, James Bowling, South Australia, 9, Alejandro Fisher from Tasmania, in 10th, Caden McFarlane, who won the 800 from Queensland, and 11, Nate Ward from New South Wales. 4:04:40, 1977 from Peter Hyatt. The New South Wales athlete's already stretched his field out straight away. That's Nate Ward. Then it's McFarlane right behind him. And then it goes back to Avery McDermott. And then it's the South Australian, James Bowling. But they're already single file. So they're stretched out. This should be fast. They're definitely capable of getting close to that meet record. McDermott came in with a 4:07. Cad McFarlane a 4:10. I think they're going to try and push the pace and see what they can get up to, but that's them two right up in front. But with the New South Wales athlete, a 4:14 seed man, Nate Ward.
McDermott's an interesting one. Here's another one that won the Section 2 of this race at the Australian Junior Championships earlier this year. So he went out from the front that day and run by himself. Ran, I think it was just under 4:20 at the time.
I remember that one.
But he put the pressure on Section 1, and then ironically, then it was McFarlane who went and then won the gold medal in the same race. But since then, McDermott's really improved drastically since those junior championships, and they're probably the two to look at. Williams, Bowling, and Ward were all in that top 8 at the Australian Junior Championships. So plenty of talent here. As looks like good move down the outside. That Crew Scott? No, it's not.
Yogaswaran.
It is, sorry.
He's getting up there on the outside, getting himself in a good position, but it's McFarlane who looked like he even just put his head down a little bit to kick away. He's opened up the pace again with 2 laps to go. He looks over his shoulder. He's trying to take the kick out of him. McDermott's trying to go with him as well as James Bowling, but, you know, they were pretty tight just about 100 metres ago, and they've stretched it out straight away. 2:16.79. And I think they'll be trying to get that sub 4 minutes under their belt. And if they do, 4:04:40, the meet record from 1977, that's going to go.
It's insane. I suppose the reason some of these under 15 and 17 ones are still a little bit longer, we haven't had those age groups as regularly through the championship. So understandable that some of them have existed a little bit longer. But the 2 South Australians, though, have done a good job. It was a nice surge there, but both Williams and Bowling have got straight back onto the group, and they've made it a pack of 5. So with 500 to go, he's had a look over his shoulder. I don't like it when they have a look, but he's had a little sneaky look over his shoulder. McFarlane has decided, how many have I got left? How many do I have to run off their feet? Will he go with another surge? And the Nate Ward, the New South Wales athlete, he's going to try and chase through now McDermott with at the bell. They won't go sub 4 from there.
No, it's going to have to be a lightning fast last lap. But 4:04 is the meet record. He's let McDermott take the lead. So it's McDermott the Victorian, then McFarlane, then it's Ward, then Bowling, and then Williams. So there's still 5 in it, but they're stretching it out down the back straight. Avery McDermott pulling away and stretching this field. McFarlane's going to have to go hard to keep up with him, and then it's back to Ward and Bowling. They've left Jack Williams behind, and then it's I think it's Milligan and then Yogaswaran. But a big move there.
McFarlane kicked at 200, didn't he?
It's almost like he had it written down. Get to the 200 to go, kick, and he's pulling away from the field. McDermott might have just left a little too much out there in that first part of the race, because here comes Nate Ward and James Bowling. But Caden McFarlane, he won the 800 metres, and he's going to do the double. I think the 4:04 is out of question as well. McDermott's still holding on to that silver medal. He's got a very loose grip on it, though, because Nate Ward is closing hard, but he's going to run out of room. McFarlane eases up over the line, 4:09. Then it's McDermott, Ward, and a great run there from Bowling as well.
Yeah, the next South Australian through, Jack Williams, just in front of Zach Milligan there. But you're right, McFarlane, he had 2 distinctive moves. At 800 to go, he surged and split the pack open. And then with 200 to go, he just said, bang, time to kick. So I think he's probably got another gear there. He eased up on the line. McDermott was busy making ground, but he was really only making ground because he was trying to save that silver medal. But McFarlane, McDermott, you 1-2. Nate Ward gets through for the bronze. Our North Queenslander still to round out the field in this under 1500. That's Toby Wilson just coming down the main straight now. But great running and great double, as you mentioned. So not the first one we've seen this weekend. But Caden McFarlane in the gold in the 8 and 15 here in Adelaide at the Australian All Schools.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So it's the under-16 boys' turn for 3 3/4 laps. South Australian Athletics Stadium. 13 athletes in the field. The meet record 3:55.02, and there's some athletes in this field capable of it. Daniel Williams from New South Wales, recent state record breaker, and also Jamie Dean from Western Australia as well. It's going to be an exciting one. Had some huge performances in the 800 metres on the first day here. Jamie Dean, 152.99. Daniel Williams, 151.95 though. Archie Knight, he was third in that race. So could Daniel Williams do it? 2 from 2 meet records. And also has Charles Barrett, first in the 3,000 metres. Toby Rule, who was second in the 3K. So they meet in the middle, 1,500 metres. So let's go through the start list here. Hip number 1, Cruz Scott. In 2, Archie Knight, he was third in the 800. Joshua Unthank in 3. William Polinelli in 4. Taylor Goodwin 5. Travis Rand in 6. Jamie Dean, who was second in the 800 in 7. Toby Rule, second in the 3K in 8. Tyler Gridley, Charles Barrett, the 3K champion in 10. 11, Stephen Lacroix, Snade. Then it's 12, Kyan Blue. And 13, Daniel Williams. So we've got 2 state record holders, but someone's trying to push the pace here. It looks like it might be Charles Barrett.
Yeah, the man who kicked away so strongly in the 3,000 to win that one.
He's playing to his game plan. He's running against some very handy 800-metre runners, but he's the 3K champ, and I reckon he's trying to burn their legs.
I think he's definitely trying it that way. He knows he hasn't got the same speed as the rest of them, and especially when you look at James Dean and Daniel Williams there, who've got some amazing form this season. And the other one interesting here, I like Kyan Blue, he's the one that set up that pace so well in the 3K that Barrett actually won. He was the leader for a long way, and that's a flying 60-second first lap. Don't think they're going to go 3:45.
I love what he's doing here.
But he's given himself a really good chance.
He's come up against two athletes who went under the meet record in that 800 metres, but he's the 3K champ, and he's really pushing the pace. One of the Queenslanders, though, has gone up. I think it might be Cruz Scott that's gone up to try and pull that group thing. That's Jamie Dean. You can see the flowing blonde locks sitting in third place.
He's not an athlete we're going to struggle to recognise.
No, exactly. When the uniforms look a bit similar, that no one else has that same haircut, and Daniel Williams just behind him as well. It's getting a bit slow, that chase pack. They're not really pulling Barrett back as much as I thought they would.
Yeah, look, Williams on the shoulder of Dean there, interestingly, so he's just tracking him through. He's not too worried about what Barrett's doing out in front. And Archie Knott, that other one we talked about that was third earlier, he looks terrific. The Queensland is actually Taylor Goodwin. So Taylor Goodwin's the one piloting that second pack through.
But I reckon we're back in the same spot, and I don't think they've gotten any closer.
No, so Barrett has obviously eased off that second lap, the crazy first lap. He's gone 67, so he's gone 60, 67. And Dean's probably just realised now that we can't give Barrett too long a lead here as Williams goes up outside him with Goodwin.
So that lead to Barrett still with 600 metres left to go, and Dean's responding to Williams' move, then not as well. Back to Goodwin and Cruz Scott, and then one of the South Australians just tucked in behind him. It might be LaCoy Sneed who's making that move, but they're really piling it on now. So Jamie Dean is right on the backside of Charles Barrett, but there's a big lineup behind him.
2:42 through 1K. So Dean's the one that's going to go for Barrett here. At the bell, though, there's going to be a pack of 5. So it's going to be an interesting last lap. Sub 4 minutes are still on the cards. Dean, Williams, Barrett holds his ground really well. Goodwin, and then we've talked about Archie Knott as well. So it's the 5 we expected. Barrett laid it down on the first lap. Dean, the tall figure of Williams, though, at 300, makes a strong move. Dean found a gap, though.
How did he get up the inside there?
They just went past the tents of the high jump, and I thought Dean was going to find himself in a hole, but he hasn't. Goodwin's now moved past Barrett in the third, and Archie Knott's winding up. So I don't think Barrett can get a medal from there. Williams has gone again at 2:20, found a new gear. Sub 4 minutes is definitely on the cards. Dean's now found himself fighting a battle for second with Goodwin back there, the Queenslander. Archie Knott's not left himself out of it. He wants to get back on the podium for the second time this weekend. But out in front it is Daniel Williams, the New South Walesman. 3:54.90 was his New South Wales record, if I'm not incorrect. Out, Dean's chasing him down with Goodwin, but he's going to win take the victory here. He's going to get the double. He's going to miss the meet record, but he's going to go 3:56.95. He tells the crowd to be not sure about that one.
I know, you're already the state record holder. I don't know if
I want the crowd to make more noise. But anyway,
he's silencing the haters. I don't know how many haters he's got out there.
Dean second, Goodwin third. Barrett hung on for fourth after setting the race up. Maybe Knott was pretty much just with him. That second lap probably just cost them going something a lot quicker. They weren't willing to move. If they'd moved up to Barrett's after his first lap 60 and maybe gone through maybe 205 rather than that sort of 207, the pack would have actually gone through him probably more like 210.
Yeah, exactly. And that makes it hard. But Barrett really, like he knew if it's a sit and kick, I can't beat these 800 metre runners, but I need to try and burn their legs. It was just a little bit too tough for Barrett, but I loved the way he did it.
I think it was a fantastic run from him. But Williams, he's a big, tall, strong boy, and at 2:20, that was a distinctive move. Like Dean's got serious speed, but there was no speed. There was no speed to match Williams, though, at that 2:20 mark. It was an acceleration that just put the distance on them. Dean goes through with a pair of silvers.
And Williams got a pair of golds.
He does. Tarby straight down there to celebrate with him. Make sure he gets a photo with his crowd. Oh, Tarby on the camera straight away. That's a photo he'll relish.
she could be even on the bed with Cowboy. It wasn't like a loud, it was just a little.
So we move back to the 2-lap action here. So some hot 1500s now. It goes to the under 14 800 metre finals. We'll go the boys and then the girls. Meet record here from 2003. That's 2 minutes, 0.32. That was Joel Smythe. Gilbert Cox will be on the inside here from the Northern Territory, representing Joel Morisi, New South Wales, Louis Pietsch from South Australia, Michael Onyike from ACT, Joshua Cameron, South Australia, Kieran Shepherd from the ACT, Max Lynch from North Queensland, Braden Cordo, WA, Alexander Wayne from Queensland, Thomas Lynette from Victoria, James Artemis from Western Australia, Finn Johnston, Victoria, Alex Butler of Queensland. And we've got here the gold medalist from the 1500 last night. That was Thomas Lynette. He came from nowhere to steal gold in that one. And Alexander Wayne, who led for so much of that race, he is also the Australian junior champion. He was bronze in that. Another interesting one here, Kieran Shepherd, tall ACT athlete. I've seen him go around this weekend in the 400, the 1500 and the high jump, Matt.
That's quite a spread of events there.
Hasn't quite got on the dais yet. Fourth in the 400, maybe this is his turn. But it's Finn Johnston, in fact, leading the other of the two Victorians. So Johnston from Wayne, Lynette, Shepherd, and just behind them, that's little Alex Butler. And then the WA athlete next in James Artemis as they get the bell in 62 seconds.
Yeah, they're moving around. The meet record 2 flat. Going to be tough to beat at this age, but the Victorian pulling this field through. Wayne will want to get up into the moves, but here comes Shepherd. It's a big move at 300 metres. He must have had that written down before he got here. And Butler making some moves around the outside.
I like the way Shepherd's moved here. As I said, he's been a busy weekend. The man from Canberra, he's now put 15 metres on the chase pack through there, through 200 metres. Still chasing Finn Johnston, the first of the Victorians. Wayne's not going to be able to get there from there with Lynette. The 1500s might have taken a little bit out of them. But out in front, it's Alexander Shepherd, the tall ACT, Kieran Shepherd, the tall ACT athlete. He's struggling a little bit now with 50 to go. The head's bouncing around. Lynette's come again from behind the WA athlete, also flying up on the inside for a medal, but it's going to be Shepherd. The Victorian's going to hang on there, and Johnston does. The fist pump from James Artemis as he steals the bronze on the inside run.
Fist pump from about 5 metres out.
He was wrapped. He was 5th or 6th in the call. When they went with 120 to go, he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back. He's got himself the bronze medal.
Up the inside as well.
I called Shepherd Alexander at one stage. I apologise there, Kieran. You've done yourself proud there. You've won the gold. You've gone 62 first lap. He's kicked it down to 60 seconds on the second lap. I reckon there'll be a proud squad back home in Canberra. After running the 400, the 1500 and the high jump, he deserves a bit of bling.
That's a big program. It's the classic under-14 program, though. I like it, though. You don't know what event you're going to be good at later on in life, so try them all now.
Exactly. Tall figure. Did really well. The Victorian Finn Johnston, he hung on the whole way. He was right up on that inside rail run. He gave up the inside at one stage, but then fought back on there. And the West Australian James Artemis, one of the best celebrations of the week, 5 metres from home, got himself a bronze medal. The family are wrapped down there on the fence, and so they should be.
So, standing on the start line, it's our under-14 women's 800-metre final. A field of 10. Once the race gets underway, we'll go through it, but it's featuring the gold and silver medalists from the 1,500 metres yesterday. It's a nervous wait while they run through the entire field, but the starter's been given the thumbs up. So from the inside, it's India Goodall in 1, Houslip in 2, Philippa Quarrell 3, Beth Griffin 4, Violet Owen in 5, Mia Chisaniti in 6 and 7, Grace Grafsma, 8, Madigan Carroll in 9, Edith Makaracha and Kira Tui in 10. And around the outside, looks like Kira Tui making a big cut into the centre. And it's the other Queenslander, though, Mia Chisaniti, settling in the lead. So Chisaniti there, Houslip's going to have to do a little bit of work. She was in lane 2 and she got swamped at the cut-in. The fastest athlete with the seed time in this race is Violet Owen, the Tasmanian.
She was also the gold medalist at the Australian Junior Championships earlier this year, while Philippa Quarrell, who's in there, was second on that occasion, and Chisanetti was 4th. So we've got 3 of the top 4 from the Australian Junior Championships early in the year, plus, as you mentioned, the gold and silver medalist from the 1,500, and Houslip's one of those, and she's found herself back in 5th at the moment. At the moment, just working her way past the South Australian there in India Goodall.
So it's going to have to be a big run from home here. So Tui sitting in 3rd place. It's the Violet Owen, the Tasmanian, out in front. She led in the 1,500 metres and just got passed at the end by the Queenslander. But it's Chisaniti out in front. Then it's Owen, Tui, Goodall and Houslip. They've got a bit of a gap back to 6th place. But 5 athletes, only 3 medals, and we'll see where the major move comes from. This is where Kieran Shepherd kicked down, but Chisaniti still holds on to the lead. Maybe it's Tui that's making the first move. So Tui's going to get up past Violet Owen and get past Chisaniti. Back, it's Goodall in 4th place, and Houslip's going to have to make another move. Chisaniti's responding, though, and so is Violet Owen. They've swept so many places here. Less than 200 metres left to go. Chisaniti found herself back into the lead. Coming around the outside, the Tasmanian. She's trying to upgrade that silver from the 1,500 metres into gold. Violet Owen. So Tui sitting back in 3rd place. Houslip might be out of it. She might not be able to catch Tui. So into the home straight. It's Violet Owen, the Tasmanian. Chisaniti on the inside. The Queenslander responds. This shoulder to shoulder, stride for stride. Owen might just be in front of the lead. Chisaniti not letting it get too far ahead. But if Violet Owen can hold on, then she will. Takes the gold medal. 2:12.54 from Chisaniti. Tui crosses the line in 3rd. Then it's Houslip. And a fast finish here. Philippa Quarrell. She's going to cross the line in 5th place.
Violet Owen turns it around. Susan Andrews, coached athlete, of course, down in Tasmania. Susan Andrews herself, a 2-minute flat, 800-metre runner in the day.
Yeah.
Sydney Olympian. So Violet Owen worked down with her there. A lot of good Tasmanian distance runners as a result of the work Susan Andrews has done in recent years.
Yeah, she only just got pipped for that gold medal in the 1,500 metres. So, look, she's turned the tables.
It was a nice run. 2:12.54 is really moving for that under-14 age group.
Yeah, not too far away from that meet record. It's a Keeley Small held meet record.
But all in all there, though, I think Violet Owen, she learnt from the 1,500. Turned the tables. She wasn't going to let a Queenslander take her down again today.
No, definitely not.
And Chisanetti, though, a nice improvement on her run at the Australian Junior Championships. So, and flying home, as you mentioned, there was the other New South Wales athlete in Kira Tui. Kira Tui, well inside the seed time. She's listed here. I'm not sure what else she's run, but she had a 2:20 seed time. So, long way inside that.
So, a bit of a break now as we set up for these hurdles. I can't tell you what time it's supposed to start. We're about 4 minutes behind schedule. And that race would have already begun, and those guys aren't out of the call room just yet, so stay tuned. But the next event will be the start of our hurdle finals, under 17, under 18, men's and women's. Then our under 15, under 16, 100-metre finals, and then our under 14, 200-metre finals. And it just goes on from there because we finish with the mixed men's and women's. Well, not men's and women's. It's mixed under 16 and under 18 4x4, and that's the end of the program. So we're almost there.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So action-packed finals afternoon ahead of us. Plenty of action still in the field as well at the moment. So for those who are trying to catch some of the live stream, there's a dedicated field channel for that. So please make sure you switch across. Javelin on the infield, under 18s javelin. Women's high jump at the opposite end. Where we are here on track stream, it's the sprint hurdles lining up right now. It's the men's 110 metre hurdles under 17 to start it off. Event 256 on the program. Thomas Waters of Tasmania here in lane 2. Jacob Eddington of Western Australia in 3. Matthew Abazanovich of New South Wales in 4. William Wong, the Victorian fastest qualifier through to the final in lane 5. Joel Drew, the other heat winner from Queensland in lane 6. Cameron Davies, New South Wales 7. Pat Edwards, Western Australia 8. And Alex Dunn, South Australia 9 as they go down to their blocks. So Wong and Drew in the middle lanes, I expect to be watching. Wong trying to go under 14 seconds. Mitchell Tyso's meet record 13.62. So good start out wide. The New South athlete and Cameron Davies looks strong now. William Wong gets into gear in the middle. Drew's got a lot of work to do to come back. The South Australian Alex Dunn possibly in second at the moment. William Wong's going to win the double this year. He's won the national title and the All Schools title. The South Australian, the double fist punt, the cobra, the hands on the head, the whole works. Alex Dunn's got a silver medal from lane 9. You don't see it too often. There was some carnage behind him. All sorts of carnage behind them. Bazanovich was went to the ground. Cameron Davies is lying on the turf.
Man, Joel Drew just couldn't get going.
Never got going. The South Australian right up there. Oh, the dip at the end.
Maybe I think Bazanovich might have got up there, the one that fell.
He did. He fell hard, but I think he's stolen the bronze still. 14.08 is the time on the clock. It wasn't what I expected. Possibly William Wong might go. But you know what? He's won an Australian All Schools title. That's all he can do. And as you said, he's gone back to back. He went 2019 under 14. 3 years later, when the All Schools return, he goes the under 17 title. And it's not easy, as we talked about. He's never actually, that means he's never done 100 metre hurdles at the All Schools.
No, he skipped it. He went from the 90 to the 110, but undefeated.
Undefeated. So, no, look, great running from him.
Good family too, obviously, with Laura Wong taking out the short hurdles as well. So let's hope it's not a 3-year break for her to win the 17s later.
And Bazanovich has just worked out that he's won a medal. He just ran down the tunnel faster than he ran down the track in the 110 hurdles. He was the one that was excited. I told you in the heats earlier this morning. Right. He was the one that was pointing at the clock when William Wong won his heat. And I reckon he's just a very excitable young lad, and good on him.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, see ya.
So behind the blocks now, it's the under-18 110 hurdles. A lot of these guys haven't competed yet this weekend. They didn't have heats. They've gone straight into a final here. Lane 2, Zane Eldridge from Queensland. In lane 3, Logo Tligi from South Australia. It's Joshua Colosi in 4 from New South Wales. Adam Jorgensen, the 400-metre hurdle champion, in lane 5 from North Queensland. Misha Van Sheppingham from the ACT in 6. Angus Watson in 7 from Victoria. And Lewis Nanup in 8 from Western Australia. Keep an eye on Colosi. Comes in with the 13.3. Meet record 13.24, Sasha Zoya. Very handy running there. The national record 12.87 also from Sasha Zoya, so I think we'll see that one get touched. But Colosi, very, very good hurdler. And this will be a good one to watch as they get into the blocks. Oh, I'm not really sure. It looks pretty good to me.
No false start, gentlemen.
Hopefully that's it is a green card for everyone, so I'm not sure what happened at the start there.
Just sticking to the theme of the weekend, got to bring them back.
Yep.
We've had a few of them. Twitchy athletes most of the time. They are checking the blocks on the inside there. The Queenslander Zane Eldridge, I think there might have been a little bit of unsteadiness just there from his blocks.
The Jorgensen, who goes in the centre, the 4 hurdle champion, flying the flag for North Queensland. Hopefully, we'll see him in the mixed 4x4 with Jet Grundy, the 400-metre flat champion. But keep an eye on lane 4, Colosi. And they're away. Colosi got a good start. Eldridge as well on the inside. And right on the outside, the West Australian Nana. But here comes Colosi. Getting that lead leg down, snapping it. Eldridge getting close to him. He takes that hurdle out. Jorgensen up into 3rd. But Colosi's going to take the win, 13.87. Not a clean race. Eldridge gets the silver. Jorgensen gets the bronze medal. And you can see a bit of frustration there from Colosi.
Smashed hurdle number 8. Nearly cost him the gold in the end. He actually did very well to hold on.
Not near that 13.3 that he's shown to us previously, but, you know, he got the race done. He stayed vertical, which is a credit to him after clattering that 7th hurdle. And Eldridge gets up for the silver, and Jorgensen gets a bronze medal in the hurdles to go with his 400-metre hurdle gold.
Yep, so the boys' high hurdles are finished. We're going to move back down now to the 100-metre hurdles for the girls.
And no heats for them, so they go straight into a final. And it'll be a random lane draw, with the favourite probably coming out of lane 1. Which is tough to do, but that's the way it goes with our random lane draws.
Right. The under-17s first, though, Matt.
Yes, you are correct.
You did throw
my paper away a bit.
That's
early.
all right. We were talking about different events. We both been swapping sheets.
There is
here.
no lane 1.
So, no, the under-17s will go first, where we did have heats for these ones, but you're right, the under-18s will follow that, and they didn't have heats.
So after this, come back, rewind the live stream, go back to the bit that I just said, and then it'll all make sense.
So, Delta Amazvoski will be probably the favourite in the next one, though she was not the fastest in the heats this morning. It was actually Jacinta Lamprey. So still a few minutes away from there. They're just setting up the hurdles still. Our officials doing a wonderful job again. So the hurdles has been stood back up, flight 3 and 4. So ladies getting set behind their blocks. It's event 258, the women's under 17 hurdles final. Isabella Wing from Tasmania will be going to Jamaica Ekosha from Queensland in 3. Emily Butcher, Victoria in 4. Delta Ahmeds Oski of New South Wales in 5. Jacinta Lamprey, New South Wales 6. Talia Lynette, South Australia 7. Amelia Smith, Victoria in 8. And Layla Crocker, South Australia 9. So early on today, Ahmed Zoski won her heat, the first heat, and it was impressive without being dominant, 13.82. And then the second heat, Lamprey and Butcher really raced strongly to put the pressure on and tell Delta if she's not in a game here, it's going to be a close final. So 13.58's that meet record we talked about, Rosie Lawson. 3 athletes capable of it. So great start, and it was the outside of those. It was Lamprey that had the best of the starts. Amazowski's got work to do. She's going to beat her. Lamprey from New South Wales now just being headed by Amazowski, the under-20 Australian representative. 13.48 meet record goes.
Geez, she got put under pressure early.
And she composed herself. Lamprey's going to be wrapped with that because it's going to be a big personal best for her as well. And back third, Butcher, the Victorian. But race set up, Jacinta Lamprey out of the blocks, absolutely explosive. Touchdown on hurdle 1 in front. It took, though, Amazowski probably to hurdle 7 to actually physically get in front. And then she just composed herself over the last 3 and took a meet record. 13.45, in fact, has now come up on the clock.
Oh, they're doing that now. That's the first time it's taken till one of the last days to give us the official photo finish read. Excellent, 13.45.
So 13.45. Is the time we've got there for a new meet record. She goes inside Rosie Lawson's 13.58, takes the gold, and as you talked about, she just gets to keep going back between the 76 and 84 centimetre hurdle height.
Yeah, well, again, she's got another whole year at 76. It's got to be a lot of pressure on, probably not outside pressure, but just on herself, coming back from a world. She didn't have the greatest world under 20 champs, did clutter a hurdle, but then to come back into an event where I guess you're expected to win and dominate, and then to get put under that kind of pressure.
And look, Jacinta Lamprey's no slouch over the hurdles.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, the Lamprey girls have been terrific in the hurdles again here. And look, she's going to be wrapped with a personal best in second. So one more hurdles final to come. And they've been impressive, and then we'll move on to our 100-metre finals, 15 and 16 boys and girls. Action-packed afternoon here in Adelaide. No one's complaining about the weather today. Absolutely spot on. The breeze is mild. Temperature sitting that sort of low 20s, high teens for most of the afternoon after those excessive 35, 36 degree temperatures yesterday, which were melting the track.
So behind their blocks, no heats on this one. Back to what I said previously when I skipped a race. So Alexander Richards goes out of 1, Imogen Johnston in 2, Ella Code 3, Maddie Booth 4, Holly Blunt 5, Ebony Newton in 6, Holly Neumanhuizen in 8, Tatum Tomic in 8, Holly is in 7, Amelia Holler in 9, and Cara Smith in 10. So away, a good start there from Richards on the inside. She's the favourite athlete. Then we go to the outside, Blunt, Newton and Neumanhuizen. So it is Newton having a great run, but Richards with the lead. Alexander Richards with 2 flights to clear. They've clattered a hurdle there. It's actually shattered in half, 13.98. And then we go on the outside to Blunt and Tomic. But Ebony Newton...
The 2 Queenslanders there got through for 2nd and 3rd. There was just carnage.
2 hurdles have been broken out on the track.
Lane, what are we there? We're looking at lane 6 and lane 7. They've both broken a hurdle.
Luckily, that is the last hurdle event of the championships, but literally 2 hurdles have been split in half.
I reckon Ebony Newton was probably in silver medal position.
Oh, she was easily.
She destroyed that hurdle.
Geez, that's tough to go, but the Queenslanders, they get up for... Part of hurdling is getting to the finish line vertical.
I reckon Ebony Newton and Holly Neumanhuizen should go back there and collect those. Take those home, mementos.
Well, you can't use them for anything else anymore. Ebony broke it so hard that it actually not just shattered in the middle, but the piece flew off the arm as well.
You don't often see that too on in the ladies' hurdles. That sounds silly, but there's that lower hurdle height. There's not that same acceleration into it.
Well, also just I expect if anyone's going to break a hurdle, it's going to be Nick Huff tearing down the track at 90 plus kilos.
90 plus kilos with a slightly higher velocity.
Yeah,
and launching up into it.
But wow, that's actually, they're going straight to the bin or a memento.
But no, look, no doubt about your winner though. You called it earlier. Alexander Richards in lane 1. She was a silver medalist at the Nationals Juniors. And now she's the gold medalist at the Australian All Schools. So we return to 100-metre finals. It's going to be the under-15 boys first, then the under-16, and then the under-15 women. So a full field of 10 here. So across the track, this is going to be an exciting one. Miller Smith, the Victorian and the hurdler, took a medal in the hurdles here in lane 1. Ethan Grimshaw, meet record in that 200 metres. Comes in here as one of the favourites from Queensland in 2. Keanu Hewitt-Watson, North Queensland in 3. Kieran Doyle from Western Australia 4. Aidan Ayan of ACT in 5. Wal Albino, New South Wales. We've seen him a busy weekend in the 2 and the 400 here in lane 6. Xavier Perry likewise been everywhere this weekend in the 200 and the 400. Medalist there from New South Wales. In the 400 he was. William Hurt from Victoria in 8. James Gray, Queensland 9. Reece Warren, South Australia 10. So 10.88 is the meet record. Conditions pretty good. None of these boys have, I don't think, broken 11 before, but possibly on the cards this afternoon, the way they're running. And we saw what this age group did in the 400 and the 200. So meet records have gone. Big personal bests have gone. Can we see something special from this under 15 age group?
The wind for the hurdles, so the 18s hasn't come up, but the under 17s did have a minus 1.0. It's a very just gentle headwind, it seems.
Yeah, the windsock's not showing. The high jump at the moment, it's showing it going, oh, yeah, probably just across their shoulder. But here they are coming down the blocks. It's great to see 10 lanes all being used.
The under 18s did have a minus 2.4.
All right, so
take it back.
I don't think we'll see a 10.88 here, but I think we're going to see something fast and competitive. I've got lots of talent loaded. Good start. I like the start out wide of the Queenslander in James Gray, but now his Queensland counterpart in Ethan Grimshaw moving away. Grimshaw is absolutely straight the field here. Albino's going to be next. 11.02. That might get rounded down.
We almost did see a sub 11 though.
Grimshaw will wait to see the time. Out wide, James Gray and Albino. So Gray was really electric off the blocks. They were miles apart, so hard to tell how close they were when they went through 30 and 40 metres, but from that acceleration phase, Ethan Grimshaw just ran away from them comfortably.
Now you can see why he did take down the meet record in the 200 metres, really strong at the end.
Albino just hung on there, I reckon, from James Gray in the race for silver and bronze. While Albino, always a good one to celebrate, loves the celebration post-race.
They're not treating us with a photo finish result on the scoreboard this time, so we just got the one and done.
So all we know is Ethan Grimshaw is your Australian All-Schools champion in the 100, the 200. Meet record in the 2, and possibly his first sub 11 there. We'll wait to see officially. 11.02 though, unofficial on the clock. So the 100-metre finals have started with some excitement there. It was a Queensland win for the first one, Ethan Grimshaw. This next one, I think we could go a Queenslander back-to-back here. This could be Maya Mearns' time. We saw her in the heats earlier. She dashed off to triple jump after those heats. And she'll be the athlete here and probably the favourite in lane number 4. But her challenges will be Jessica Haney, Western Australia, into Sienna Towndrow, ACT in 3. Maya Mearns, the Queenslander, in 4. Grace Crow, Victoria, in 5. Lucy Dyson, Queenslander, in 6. Ava Ross of New South Wales. She was the fast starter in the heats and one to watch in lane 7. Tamron Lamprey, I've called that name a bit this weekend, New South Wales in 8, and Maddie Marr, Victoria, out in 9.
Yes, could be a meet record that might go. She was 300ths away from it in the heat. She was 4th in that triple jump as well. Just missed out on a medal. Let's see what Mearns has left.
So pretty even start away. Nothing Cottony Mearns was much better than she was in the heats. Ross out wide in between them, the Victorian and Grace Crow. But Mearns runs away with it, trying to make it a Queensland 1-2. There is Dyson, and she will. And just outside her, that was Ava Ross. 12.06, so the conditions have not been that helpful for them to take those meet records down. Tamsin Lewis-Manu, you can stay safe there with your 11.93 from 1992.
Jeez, very lucky Tamsin.
But Amaya Mearns, look, she's in great form this summer and showed there with a decent start. 12.04 it's been rounded down to. With a good start, she's definitely the slightly a class above those girls at the moment. It's just a 3 or 4 metre gap, but she did it. Lucy Dyson, back end of that was fantastic.
I think she's grabbed a medal in every event.
Well, she was terrific there, and her back ends have been good, so the 200 was also strong from her. And then Ava Ross, the New South Wales athlete that said the quick starter, she's got up for the bronze.
Yeah, looking at the photo finish, looked like for Ethan Grimshaw, 11.01 he's going to get given.
11.01 for Grimshaw. So, look, they're not bad conditions here by any means when we're talking about it, but we just love that slight tailwind and some huge times. This is one of those races where we're hoping they're going to go very quick.
Yeah, we've had 3 different days, basically, conditions-wise. You know, yesterday we're having plus 4.5s, and looking right out in front of me, that triple jump windsocks blowing with an assisting wind right now. Meanwhile, down at the high jump, it's the other way around. The sun hasn't had much of a chance to shine on the track today. Not much of a chance to warm it up, but this will give us a good indication of just how fast it is.
Yeah, this is probably the highlight of the day in regards to all-time national performances. You know, there's been amazing action everywhere in the track and the field this weekend, but we're talking about something pretty special in Gout at the moment.
It's going to be an exciting final. Out of the field of 8, 5 of them all went sub to go into this final, so we're looking for a good field all the way across. It's going to feature 2 Western Australians who helped their team get to that 4x1 gold. So it's Ryan Knight out of lane 2 from the ACT. In lane 3, and Ryan Rahimi from New South Wales. In lane 4, it's the Australian Junior Champion Dylan Hall from New South Wales. In 5, it's Gout, the national record holder for this distance from Queensland. In 6, Blake Byers, also from Queensland. Andrew Mayenda, the local hopeful from South Australia, in 7. And in 8 and 9, it's the 2 West Australian boys, Kai Gale and Josiah John. This is going to be a big show here. 2 from New South Wales, 2 from Queensland, 2 from WA, Mayenda from South Australia, and Knight from the ACT. This is the men's under 16 100 metres. The meet record, 10.63, set in 2016 from Edward Osai Nikita, the ACT. A wind-assisted run, but a meet record nonetheless. The national record, 10.57 from Gout only a few weeks ago. Well, good start there from Gout, but they've called it back again, as they do.
It looked pretty even across them, and the thing that you're right, Gout looked like he had a good start, which is not I'm not saying it's unusual, but he's often just gives them maybe a half step.
And Byers normally, who's quick out of the blocks, was sort of left behind, so they get the green straight away. So maybe just a bit of slippage. Didn't see anyone really. Well, Byers is stamping those blocks into the ground, and it seems to be the same lane that Niwa Jafoy had the problems with as well. So one of those middle lanes, the surface may be a touch loose, but a bit of nervous energy used up in that little bit of explosiveness. So they're back out here Again, men's under 16, 100-metre final.
If you judge how fast someone's going to run by how high they jump on the blocks, then Gout's going to run fast here.
Well, they're away. Hall got the flyer, the reigning champion. Gout buys Amanda. Amanda might be just in the front, but here comes Gout. Byers trying to get up into second place, but Gout's going to take the win, and he does. 10.73. Byers and Mayenda round out the podium. Hall, the reigning champion, is going to have to settle for fourth, but 10.73. All the boys stepped up then. That was a cracking race.
We've seen headwinds in these last hour or so, so he's probably run that into a minus, which is pretty scary to think. Oh, look, he just got going that last 50 metres so well. Byers actually made it really hard for him. Mayenda was also thereabouts the whole way. Queenslanders have gone 1-2 here. They've gone 1-2 in back-to-back races.
Haven't lost 100 metres yet.
Very true. 10.71 with a plus 0.1 official.
So there you go, 10.71 plus 0.1. So I think it's just legs might be a bit weary after a couple of days, you know. Running back-to-back 21-1s.
Also, it's great he didn't tighten up at all, because he had to really work to get past them, and that's probably the most competitive field he's had across the line, obviously, this weekend. So all of them were in the mix at 50. Gout, he's done the job. He takes the Australian All-Schools titles. We said we've talked about him as if he's been around forever, running incredibly fast. He was sixth at the National Juniors only 9 months ago. So
it's his first 100-metre title.
It's his first time in an All-Schools.
Well, exactly right. I think he was running last time we had one of these. So we would have been too young to go.
Yeah. So no, look, I think we'll tread carefully now with him over the next few years, see what happens with him. But he's certainly a talent on the rise, and everyone's going to be watching and talking about him.
So we shift our attention to the women's race. Can Queensland win every single one of these 100 metres? They are a chance. Zara Hagan, she's the reigning champion. But Holly Ray, the fastest so far. And also another little story here. Charlotte McAuliffe going for 3 gold medals across the 3 distances. She's taken the 2 and the 4.
She was going to be pretty fatigued in the heat. She flew home to get herself into the final. But that was literally only probably, I don't know, an hour, 45 minutes after that 400. Yeah. So she can be forgiven for that one. If she gets a good start here, she's certainly going to be close to the podium anyway.
It's very exciting that the treble is actually a chance here. She'd have to do something pretty spectacular, though, to get past Holly Ray and Zara Hagan, I would think.
No, certainly we've got two clear favourites, but as you said, just the fact that she's here competitive on a home track, and she's probably been one of the highlights of the weekend, certainly the highlights of the morning program this morning, without doubt, coming from a long way back in the 400 to take victory over the top of some very handy rivals in Boothroyd and Herdman.
Yeah, Armani Anderson one to watch as well. So 3 of the athletes clocked 12.18 in the heats. Holly Ray 12.09, McAuliffe 12.20, Okawalu 12.35, Madden Khan 21, and Isabella Wing 37. We just saw Wing in the hurdles before too, so she's backed up again, or might have been a relative, or she's gone up a height. No, it was Isabella Wing. She did go up a distance.
17 hurdles, I reckon. Yeah,
she went up. So
she's decided the 90 metres are too close for her, and with speed fast enough to make the 16s final. That's not always a shock.
So Maya Madden Khan, Wing, Amani Anderson, Zara Hagan, Michaela Webb, Holly Ray, Charlotte McAuliffe, Chinoso Okawalu. And that's Ray getting the fast start. Webb on the left-hand side and Zara Hagan. But Ray's out in front. Can Hagan and Amani Anderson close that gap? It's still Holly Ray on the inside, though. The Victorian trying to get up there, but Holly Ray's going to take it. Maya Madden Khan, I think, might have got up for possibly a silver or a bronze there, but Holly Ray puts them all under pressure and they just couldn't catch her.
No, Ray, explosive out of the blocks. You called it off the start. Anderson, Hagan, Webb all trying to close at some stage. And the one that surprised him on the inside in lane 2 there was Khan. So I reckon Madden Khan might have got the silver and possibly Hagan for the bronze. It's my gut feel. Certainly Hagen and Khan were probably the two battling there. The other Queenslander, Webb, was thereabouts, but we saw how good Marnie Anderson was in the start in the heats, but Holly Ray there, she just showed them a clean pair of heels off the blocks, and there was no one catching her from there. She's a diminutive young figure, but she's in great shape and great run there. She was 12.09, came in as the fastest qualifier, takes out the final, and unfortunately spoils the Queenslanders' dreams of 4 races back-to-back.
We'll have to wait till next time.
I don't think they're going to be complaining about the afternoon they've had. It's been magnificent sprinting from them.
So there'll be another short little break here. We'll be back for 2 of our 200-metre finals, the under-14 men's and women's, and then we have 2 more races. So 4 left on the program here for the 2022 Australian All Schools Championships.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Like a mile down the road. It's real traditional, right? You go in the shop and they're like, they don't even mind the fact that there's no caregiver runs the smoke out of the room. So, yeah, exactly.
So 200-metre runners, we've got 4 events to go, as Matt mentioned. The 200s will kick those last 4 events off. It's the under-14 boys meet record, that insane 21.73 of James Gallagher from 2013. Lane 1 here will be Jack Proudford of New South Wales. He's had a good weekend. Zolk Hayder of Victoria, likewise been in good shape. Donald Douglas, North Queensland in lane 3. Leonardo Serame, Queensland 4. Lachlan Burns, the New South Wales athlete in lane 5. Miel Fuentes, WA in 6. Riverdale in South Australia 7. Jaden Kure, South Australia 8. And Daniel Nwobi, ACT in lane 9. So, straight final here means we can't just look to the centre lanes. You're probably looking at Zolk Hayder in 2. Lachlan Burns in 5. And Jack Proudford in 1. So that's where our competitors will come from, our fastest, potentially. Medalists in the 100 and the 400 amongst them. Good reaction from Jack Proudford on the inside, but took a bit of a stumble on the second step. He's now trying to chase down Hayder, who's taken the stagger out of the 2 on the outside of him. But the West Australian in Fuentes just in front at the bend of Lachlan Burns. But now Burns gets into his running with Zolk Hayder moving through. Zolk Hayder, big PB in the 400. Here he's going to take the gold. Hayder does it. Burns does come through for second. The Queenslander Sarah May gets third. 23.72. Hayder runs to form. He was challenged there with Fuentes, the small figure there, ran a ripping bend. He hit the straight just in front of Burns. Hayder then had to run him down. And Zolk Hayder does do it, repeats his performance from the Australian Junior Championships.
Yeah, it just puts into perspective that record of
James Gallagher.
I'm fairly sure, so being up there in Townsville in 2013, the national record was 22.9.
As he went 21.73.
Went 21.73, and even then, I feel like second place ran like 22.8.
Because Zolkader's a strong runner for his age group, a really good runner, and he's just 2 seconds behind that insane meet record.
Yeah, it's just another level. I thought Burns looked strong. He closed really hard in those last few metres, but Hayter had just done enough. The strength of his 400 metres. He got himself a gold medal.
Yeah, Hayter was that Australian junior champ. Proudford didn't quite get into the mix. I said he took a bit of a stumble on the second step. The silver medalist from the Australian juniors. And of course, the one we were losing there, we didn't have the 100-metre champ, Branko Tiziano.
Yeah, and we didn't have Matthew Milius either for the 400 champ, so we only had one Victorian.
Yeah, so...
It might have been Branko Tiziano that did...
Branko Tiziano was the one that was actually listed for that.
Yeah.
Milias missed out. Milias was third at the Victorian All Schools.
Oh, tough.
Which was, all three of them have medalled this weekend in sprint events.
All three separately.
Very true.
So 1, 2 and 4, and they're going to go back home and race each other.
Yeah, and
that's wild.
But as we talked about, that's how these things happen. That's how athletes improve. Like we saw a Queensland double earlier. I was just talking to Melinda Gainsford-Taylor at the back earlier. Gabby's not here. So she came third at the New South Wales All Schools, and of course the two runners that beat her, first and second here.
Yeah.
So every right to say she might have actually been third in Australia in the All Schools Championships, but
that's the rules.
Got to make the team.
Yep.
So she is here tomorrow, though, of course, competing in the Schools Challenge, which I hear, Matt, you're very excited to be keeping in touch with all day tomorrow. You'll be here in Adelaide checking it out.
I'll be here in Adelaide, that's for sure. Adelaide adjacent.
Yeah, no, look, it's great to see the teams coming today, though. We've rolled in a lot of the old favourites are here. But a few new teams as well making their debut appearances, which is terrific. A lot of green. I see a lot of green from Trinity.
Yep.
Pymble Ladies College have been here, big team. I see the intermediate boys from Wesley, the purple of Victoria, and some strong Queensland teams involved as well.
Nudgee College.
I've seen the Nudgee, their famous N, and there's local South Australian teams well represented, which is really important.
Well, that's what you need, especially when you get the opportunity to. It's in your own backyard. You definitely should have representation, and they've been really good in representing themselves across all of these events, at least having one or two in almost every final, and that's something that's shown with them taking out so many medals in sprinting. But there's another one here they could get, Aluka Rose-Taylor. She could do the treble as well, which I think is what we're looking at here. Charlie Vincent in 2, Aurelia Boyd 3, Aluka Rose-Taylor 4, Matilda Harrison 5, Ariella Sprague. So it's actually our 1 and our 4 gold medalists. Sprague in the 1, Aluka Rose-Taylor in the 4. This is their battle. Hannah Shortland in 7, Aisha Shave in 8, Sophie Williams in 9. So they're away. Sprague, the 100-metre champion, but Matilda Harrison, she had the best start in the heats, and she's flying around the bend. Sprague might just have a slight lead. Sophie Williams on the outside, the Western Australian. But watch for Aluka Rose-Taylor to come home hard. So it's Matilda Harrison from New South Wales with the lead. Sprague not letting her get too far ahead. Harrison holding on strong. Aluka Rose-Taylor is going to be there as well, but it's going to be Harrison taking the win. 25.43. The gold medalist from the 400 comes second. The gold medalist from the 100 comes third.
And Matt, Aluka Rose-Taylor, can we just watch her for the next 3 minutes? Because you know what she's about to do now?
Was she going to have a spew?
She's going to run the next 4x4, the next race.
No, actually, right.
She's running the next race.
And she's joining Charlotte McAuliffe, the winner of the 400. Yeah, it's going to be rough. Luckily, they've put her on the last leg, so she's got a bit of break.
They're maximising her recovery time here. Well played, Athletic South Australia. I looked at the start list. We've just been talking about the order of what some of these teams are going to run. No wonder Aluka Rose-Taylor's running last, because she's just run there.
That makes a lot of sense. But hopefully they don't make her go through call room again, which means she's going to go back and end up back where she is already.
I think she deserves to stay there.
She thinks she could just stay post-event.
She ran very well by then, the under-14. But she's backing up in the under-16 mixed 4x4.
So Matilda Harrison, that's unreal. She just runs, like we said the other day, people just can run bends. And to lead the 100-metre champion was significantly off the bend.
She took the stagger out of her.
Yeah.
She was terrific. 25.43. That's starting to get down there. I reckon that's close to her personal best. She's the leg. I don't know what leg she ran in the relay, but you'd hope she was running the first leg.
And it's so interesting. She was 4th place in the 100 metres, yet led the 100-metre champion off the bend.
And comfortably.
Yeah, it's a thing that it might be a mental thing,
I think it's Ben Running's a skill. It's the skill. I don't think we. A lot of coaches in Australia talk about the 200 as an event that we probably haven't perfected enough, and sometimes it's the skill of running fast on a bend.
Some people just can't do it, and some people can, and I think Matilda Harrison's one of those athletes that can, but
she just loves it. She loves that bend.
There's going to be a bit of a lull in the program. 2:55 is when we're looking to come back for the under-16 4x4 mixed race. So 2 events left on the program. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be an absolute cracker to finish off the Australian All Schools Championship. So if you need to go grab yourself a snack, maybe an afternoon tea, and come back 2:55 local time, so in about 10 minutes time, for the mixed under-16 4x4 and then the mixed under-18 4x4.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Wait till I I see her in every single thing. Oh, the tape on that. In fact, I did.
So second last event here, it's the under-16 4x4 mix to be followed by the under-18 4x4 mix. I reckon this is a wonderful way to end these programs and a great addition to the All Schools programs. We're going to have 7 teams in this one, so everyone's virtually here. North Queensland have found themselves a team, which is amazing. I'm really impressed to see that in this under-16. So it'll be Tasmania in 2, South Australia 3, Queensland 4, Western Australia 5, Victoria 6, New South Wales 7, North Queensland in 8. And just to confirm those orders that we talked about, I think this is part of the tactics of it. We're going to go girl, boy for Tasmania on the inside. We're going to go the boy, girl combination for South Australia just to make sure that Aluka Rose-Taylor has enough recovery. Girl into boy for Queensland, so they're going to be flying home. Western Australia will start with a boy, finish with a boy. Victoria will go boy, same order as the West Australians, and probably one of the teams here to watch. New South Wales likewise, and that is the team to watch.
That's a ripping team.
So they're going to start fast with Perry. Start fast with McEnany, finish with Perry, and in the middle you've got the silver and the bronze medalists from the girls 4x4 and Boothroyd and Herdman. And then North Queensland, I think this team won't quite be as strong as their under 18 team, but again, just to get a team out there from North Queensland in both these mixed relays is really exciting.
I love just watching him on the start line with, what have we got, 7 teams, 4 boys, 3 girls on the blocks. It's going to be unreal. This is a fantastic way to finish it. And actually, race-wise, especially for the relay coaches, this is basically splitting 4 relays into 2 relays, so it makes their life a lot easier as well.
It does. I mean, some might say it doesn't give us greater opportunities for as many, but you know what? It's a highlight on the program, and I'm hoping athletes are aspiring to be part of this.
Well, if you look at North Queensland, they've pulled together, they've got a 14-year-old up in the under-16s. They've got another 15-year-old going up to the under-18s just to make these teams together, but it's going to be an exciting finish.
So again, they're inside. It'll be Tasmania on the inside. They're going to be chasing South Australia, Queensland, WA, Victoria, New South Wales and North Queensland. So the North Queenslander, Bridie Ma's going to be one they're all chasing, and Max McEnany goes straight up to her. Austin Fernando, he's running them down the tall Victorian. Next is Charlie Sullivan from WA. Madeline Marston of Queensland there moving through. Aidan Colburn's taken the stagger out of her very quickly, and he's probably at the moment one of the fastest movers out there, and Isabella Gray from Tasmania on the inside. So Fernando, the tall Victorian, going to be headed here by Aidan Colburn. So Aidan Colburn, lane on the line here. Can South Australia finish with a couple of medals at the end of this program? They've had a great championships already, but out in front, Max McEnany looks good. Fernando now gets going again. So McEnany's going to be handing the baton over here to Ivy Boothroyd. So New South Wales looking good. Fernando for Victoria has had a really good last 50 metres. Importantly, there's going to be baton speed through the box. Colborne, though, finished off really nicely, and they cast off to Lachlan Sands. So South Australia here need a big lead. They've gone boy to boy, and they've gone out in front here, and followed here now is Ivy Boothroyd, the New South Wales star. Victoria and WA fighting out for third, Matt.
Yeah, this is fantastic. We saw South Australia. They needed to go heavy at the front. They do have the 400-metre champion, Charlotte McAuliffe, running second, and she'll go against Shari Herdman, but it's about how much of a lead she can give Aluka Rose-Taylor before Xavier Perry gets the baton. Now, don't forget Ivy Boothroyd. She's already got 400 metres under the legs today, but Lachlan Sands is doing a lot of work early. I think you might need a little bit more. We'll see what Charlotte McAuliffe can do. She's already run the 4 and the 100 metres today.
But look who's next to Charlotte McAuliffe.
She's got Shari Herdman. We know what she can do as well. So if they can extend that lead, it's probably about 30 metres or so. Boothroyd just slowing a little bit as Herdman gets the baton. And then we're slow through the change.
So it's 5 seconds. So this is game on. It's game on for these teams. I know Perry today has gone 49. So...
yeah, what's Aluka Rose-Taylor got on the legs?
Oh, Tasmania take a bit of a stumble there as they pass North Queensland and Tasmania. Not normally so close to each other geographically, but right then they decide to ride each other across the finish line. But McAuliffe, it is out in front. Herdman's not making up any distance, so it's going to come down to the last leg. The race behind, the Victorians, WA, and now North Queensland winding their way up into that in the mix for the bronze medals. And way back, Queensland have got the baton in dead last because they went girl.
They've got Seth Kennedy anchoring, but Caleb Kilpatrick is anchoring for Victoria as well.
A lot happening back behind him. So we'll watch the clock here. Perry's waving in Herdman. He's saying, come on, I need some ground. I know I can catch her, but I need to get close. So 2:39, 2:40 it was on the clock. Perry's going to go through now, and it's going to tick over 2:46. 7 seconds. This is going to be exciting. Look at the battle here. North Queensland, Victoria, WA. So Kilpatrick goes to Victoria. WA's in the mix, and behind them, the Queenslander, as you said, Seth Kennedy. Can he take down Kilpatrick?
This is fantastic. 2:50 to go for Luca Rose-Taylor. She literally ran the race right before this, grabbed herself a medal, and the gap is not really closing. I think it's going to show a lot in the later, right at the end.
This is going to be a last 50. It's going to be a last 50 metres. Seth Kennedy, meanwhile, has moved from 4th up to 3rd. He's got Kilpatrick in sights. Luca Rose-Taylor, this is not fair. We've done this to you. You've gone the 200 in under 14s. You've just won a medal. Can Perry get there? Perry's looking hard. Xavier Perry, he's got 60 metres left. He's not going to get there. Luca Rose-Taylor's going to hang on. The South Australian crowd have got to their feet. They have cheered her home. 3:36.47. Winner called a national record. We've never done it before. Xavier Perry, I've called him Stephen twice today. I apologise, Xavier. That's your dad. 3rd through there, Kilpatrick. He held off Marnie. 5th through for Western Australia. But South Australia, they got the order right. Luca Rose-Taylor, if she'd run 3rd, she would have had 50 seconds less recovery.
Unbelievable. What a way to finish for the South Australians there. Under 16s, they take a gold medal. They have shown up to their home Australian All Schools Championships. Unbelievable.
And they've taken down McEnany, Boothroyd, Herdman, Perry, and Rose-Taylor is under 14.
Yeah. She's gone up so many ages. The fact that Colburn and Sands had a fantastic leg. So Colburn had to really go hard. You know, he was up against McEnany, some really talented athletes. You know, Fernando McHugh, but then
and McCall is fourth run of the day.
Yeah,
400, 2 100s.
It's just unbelievable.
That was worth watching. And the crowd literally did. They just rose on the front straight here. They just kept standing up. They got Luca Rose. Oh no, that was exciting. I saw some of these schools challenge teams just get around that. They were so excited to watch it. Maybe that's something we need to build in the schools challenge comps as well. A couple of mixed team races.
I do like that actually because it is separate. You know, but we could have the junior combo.
Maybe you can trade. We could have a draft beforehand, and if you're a single-sex school, you can trade or go in the draft and see who you want to
just have a bit of fun. So I know the Youth Olympics, they had every athlete 8x100 metre shuttle relay, which was a bit wild. They did draft. They had a sprinter pool, a thrower pool, a jumper pool, and you got a sprinter, you got a thrower, you got this, and then just boom, 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 boom. So you did well if you got the 100 metre champion as your sprinter.
But you've also got to be able to pass the baton as well.
That's true, especially the shuttle relays.
The old butterfly hands.
Yep. Things together.
Oh, look, that was an exciting one to finish with. In the under-16s, they're done now for it's going to be the under-18s. They'll round out that whole program. And the crowd has stayed here in the front straight. They've loved it.
The open team, the under-18 team for South Australia, they've gone opposite. They've gone girl, girl, boy, boy. So they've gone Layla Kinane, Jessica McManus to G-Man Pay to Luke Simpson. It's going to be a pretty strong team as well. The New South Wales team, not too bad. There's not a certain team that stands out a lot except probably the Victorians.
Yeah, I like the Victorians here.
The 400 metre champion, the second place getter in the 400 metres.
Second place in the 400 as well for the girls.
Watson and Jordan Gilbert, who was also a finalist as well. So that's probably the favoured team. But what I'm interested to see is Bella Pasquale goes off first to Sam Elvey. It's Elizabeth Horn for North Queensland, then Jet Grundy. So I would love to see what it is. But then they go Adam Jorgensen, the 400 hurdle champion, against Layla Watson. So it's going to be a switch of pace there. It's how far can Victoria get ahead, or can they get ahead before they get to Jorgensen and Watson?
It's it's a tactical one, this.
And this is the best bit about it. So World Athletics, I think to the detriment of the mixed 4x4, made them
controlling the order.
They controlled the order. They made it. I think it's boy, girl, or girl, boy. But I love that every team thinks that they've found the way to win the best.
And we saw there, I mean, Queensland on paper, that wasn't a bad team. But Seth Kennedy just had way too much work to do.
Yeah, and I think he got a bit excited. He peeled off half the gap in the first 200 metres, but it was Caleb Kilpatrick. So he just kicked it back down again and extended it.
He wasn't running down, you know.
No, he knew. He was just like, there. I'm in third, I will just stay third.
Now, I've got to stop getting so excited also about the parents of some of these athletes. As I've found out today, we're calling Stephen Perry instead of Xavier there. So... But I mean, and he ran very well too. By the way, Luca Rose Taylor found something.
It's just how do you run down someone who's 60 metres in front?
You don't get those opportunities very often. So you don't practice these things, and maybe an occasional handicap event if you're a pro runner, you might have a little bit of experience with that.
But it's the patience as well. Like, he wouldn't have actually been able to see her very often.
No.
When he's taking off, she's halfway around the bend. When he's halfway down the back straight, she's curling around the bend. It's visually very difficult to even tell where these athletes are.
So the last one are coming slowly around the bend and down the back straight, ready for us. The crowd stayed. People enjoyed that one. I reckon there's a few people about to wander out, and they saw the excitement out there.
Yeah, I think this is a keeper. The mixed 4x4.
To replace the old Swedish that we had for a while.
Mixed Swedish would be good, but you'd have to to regulate the order, I think, on that one.
You'd have no choice with the distance.
No.
There's a bias. Or if you chose to go against that order, you'd be a bit silly, I suppose.
Yes. Maybe you do 2.
Ooh.
Opposite.
And what about an 8 by Swedish where you go?
So go boy, girl, and then have girl, boy, Swedish.
Yeah, there you go.
See which way you want to do it.
So 3:36.43. I'm just trying to work that out. So 3:36.43, 24. They've averaged
220.
They've averaged 54. They've averaged 53.5. Is that right?
54.
No, 54. They've averaged.
It's pretty solid.
Very solid, considering the programs that some of those girls had today, as we talked about. But tired legs from many of them, and you know what? The time's somewhat irrelevant when you've got racing like that.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing. That was exciting all the way.
Now, Matt, coming to our last event, maybe before we wrap up what's been an amazing 3 days with these Chemist Warehouse 2022 Australian All Schools. What's been your personal couple of top highlights?
I've just loved for me, the South Australians really, showing their strength in the sprints and on the track. They're really stepping up. They've taken advantage of a brand new track here, another track locally. They've got a really good depth of sprinting, and it's something that you don't often see them in the open age group. They've got Aidan Murphy now, Harrison Hunt's been moving around as well, but now they've got this next generation, and I think that's something that sort of can push them through. But look, it's hard to go past, I'm a sprinter at heart. Gout, fantastic. Seb Sultana really tearing it up. Jet Grundy out there as well. But I also loved the way that, we saw some of the 2 runners and the 8 runners meeting over the 4, the 1s and 4s meeting over the 2. We sort of a match. That was just like match play.
Yeah.
They're coming together in a selected distance, like when Donovan Bailey raced Michael Johnson. Except that was a bit didn't really end up well. But we had a chance to see these people step out of their comfort zone and run in different distances, and I think it was just very exciting for me.
And we've seen meet records across so many different events, from walks and in the field as well. I know we've certainly focused on the track on that. We are on the track stream, so apologies for those field athletes that are thinking we haven't given them a run, but that's what we've been calling all weekend. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to go home and sit back and watch the entire field stream. Yeah,
it's been hard to keep up to date with all of it. I've personally been so inspired by the North Queensland team, just to actually see so many athletes across that representing North Queensland, and as you've said, proudly wanting to represent North Queensland when they were good enough to make the Queensland team. Historically, so I suppose some would have argued a North Queensland team was maybe to help those fringe athletes get through, but these are athletes who well and truly are good enough to make the Queensland team, but they're proudly representing their region.
So we talked. I just happened to bump into the media room before. A new national record in the under-16 triple jump. Daniel Okaranyang, 14.79, taking Aiden Hinson's 14.55.
Aiden Hinson, of course, was a Colombian qualified athlete this year.
He would have
didn't go.
He would have nearly. I'd say would have medalled. Would have been at least podium athlete if he didn't have that hamstring injury. But I've seen him competing a bit lately, so he's back in action.
One of course, Chloe Stevens stars down in Victoria. But look, I think the proud representation of state here probably stands out, I think, even more than it does often at an Australian Junior Championships because of the condensed program. Some of the teams still staying together, doing their thing together.
Yep.
And that connection with the schools competition tomorrow. I was just talking to a couple of coaches here today who've got, between 10 and 15 of their school team here. And that's the reason they're proudly representing their state here at the All Schools, because they're hanging around for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exciting part of it. So let's run through the team list here. The ACT goes out of 2. It's Polinelli, Maundrell, Brennan and Ayan. West Australian has Moss, Phyllis, Barron and Morrison. For the Queenslanders, Barnett, Carter, Blair and Romano. New South Wales, Iverson, Worrell, Pollard, Balich. For Victoria, Pasquale, Elvie, Watson, Gilbert. For North Queensland, it's Horn, Grundy, Jorgensen and McGee. South Australia, Kinane, McManus, Pay and Simpson. And for Tasmania, Grubb, Walker, Davey and Walker. So 336.43. Who knows what that could be? That could be a time to beat for the under-18s as well. It's hard to really see how they stack up. Haven't got much to go on with these relays, but I think it's going to be an exciting way to finish it. The Victorians, on paper, do look like a strong team. I'd love for North Queensland to get up there, mix it up.
Yeah, I think it's an open one.
Also want to see some big, strong legs from our athletes. You know, we've got so many of our medalists from the individual 400 out and about. We could see some fast splits.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what Luca Rose-Taylor did in that last leg, just running scared.
Yeah.
But I reckon it'd be a PB 400 for her.
Oh, easily.
Here's one for you. Adam Diddick just walked in here before, and we were talking about the strength of junior South Australian sprinters, and he said, so Luca Rose at 13 and Charlotte McAuliffe at, what is she now? She's 15. The open South Australian gold and silver medalists. So they're now leading the way in South Australian sprinting for the girls.
They're not just a junior athlete, they are their best athletes currently. I love it. And they showed it here today. So the final event of the program, the mixed 4x4 under-18s. So they're away. Moss probably getting the best of the starts. He was quick to react, but it is a 3-bend stagger, so we won't see them go into their real order until they get down the back straight on the second leg. But Moss straight past Giselle Carter, and he's chasing down. So a few of only 3 teams have boys first. It's ACT, Western Australia, and New South Wales. So we should see those teams go out fairly hard. We'll see who's leading the way out of those. And then the second tier down, those teams with the female athletes first: Queensland, Victoria, North Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania. But it is New South Wales leading the way. Benjamin Iveson with the lead. On the outside, it's probably Victoria Pasquale having the best of the runs.
She's the best of the run of the girls. It's interesting to compare the male and the female runners first leg. Pasquale's taken the stagger out of North Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because it's going to be Sam Elvey with the lead over Jet Grundy. They just raced each other before, so we'll see what Grundy has in his legs here. But all the way out in front, here's the West Australian and New South Wales. So it's Ruby Worrell versus Sienna Phyllis now down the back straight. Phyllis has the lead, and they have the exact same order: boy, girl, girl, boy. So it's going to be who can take the lead here. Elvie running well. Grundy also having a great bend.
But remembering that all these teams now, the top 4 teams have all had a girl and a boy in the first leg. So the reality is, who passes over in the lead, who's genuinely leader on the course.
Yeah, exactly. So it's Phyllis with the lead. But this is a big run from Elvie and Grundy. Elvie, can he get up past bronze medal position? So it's WA. They're going to go to a girl. Victoria's going to go to a female athlete as well. But North Queensland, they're going to go to Adam Jorgensen. So it's girl, girl, girl and boy.
3 teams together: New South Wales, WA, Victoria, North Queensland behind them. So WA on the inside. Watson from Victoria has gone 3 wide around there trying to catch them. And the New South Wales athlete in the middle of them is Gemma Pollard. So now what can North Queensland do? Jorgensen needs to give Caitlin McGee a big lead. Probably 60 metres is what we're trying to look for. Sam Elvey was 80 metres back on that second leg and made up ground.
That was a big run.
It shows you can do it, and Jet Grundy got them in the mix as well. But right now here, Jorgensen's trying to open up this gap. Victoria's going to finish with Jordan Gilbert. He's going to be chasing down Caitlin McGee. And the New South Wales combination will be Ivan Balich on the last leg. So down the straight here, Jorgensen, he's extended it to 30 metres. He got the baton in 4th. He's going to pass over here with a good lead. New South Wales, I think, are the real threat here. North Queensland go. 2:39 will tick through as they go on the clock. Balich goes through at 2:42. He can make up that ground. Gilbert's at 2:44 chasing, 2:45 is WA.
Yeah, so it's Morrison for WA, Ballich for New South Wales, Gilbert and McGee. And Ballich has already gone up past McGee. This is going to be tough on Caitlin McGee here. They did as good as they could, but they've reversed it now.
Watch Gilbert in third. Gilbert's a threat here.
So Gilbert's going to go straight past McGee there at 200 metres to go, and so will Declan Morrison. But what do they have left in their legs, and can McGee respond? It's a fantastic effort. They've run the reverse order. McGee's actually the only female athlete out on the track right now, so this is fantastic. With Ballich into the home straight. A good battle here between Victoria and Western Australia. Western Australia, Declan Morrison, he's moving out wide. He's getting onto the shoulder of Gilbert. Ballich is going to hold on and take the gold medal, 3:31. But Gilbert responds and he gets back up for silver over Morrison. McGee is going to hold on for fourth place from a very fast finishing Luke Simpson. But well done, Caitlin McGee, the only team North Queensland who went with a female athlete as the last leg, and she held her own out there.
I thought she was a chance, though. I thought she was going to be running past a falling Victorian team at that stage.
Could you imagine?
Gilbert was almost horizontal.
I don't know how he picked himself back up.
When you said he picked himself up to grab silver, I thought he was going to have to pick himself just to stay standing. But
Morrison got right up on his shoulder, and I thought, oh, he's done for. And he nearly went way over. His body almost went past horizontal, and he somehow stayed up to get there. 3:31. So it's probably about a 53, 52 and a half average split there for
53 high, 50, what it must be, 52 high.
Yeah, so not too bad. That's, again, they've had a big program. I'm sure if they were fresh and they didn't all have a 400 metres today, they would have been fine.
Well, Matt, look, it's been an absolute pleasure joining you here for my first AA live stream with the Chemist Warehouse 2022 Australian All Schools Championships. I look forward to being at the Zatopek on Thursday morning in Melbourne, which is our next AA event. Seeing plenty of these athletes and tomorrow. Good luck to all those in the schools challenge here.
Yeah, it's been an absolute treat. There will be plenty more AA live streams as we go through the Australian tour. We've got on the February 11th, we're back here at the Adelaide Track Classic, the Melbourne Track Classic, the Sydney Track Classic, Brisbane Track Classic and Nationals. There's obviously plenty of athletics going on. So stay tuned for more live streaming. If you're coming over for the Schools Knockout, we'll see you all here at SA Athletics Stadium. My name is Matt Lynch. Nick Wall joining me here on the stream. We'll see you next time.